Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, and Gorasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do a quick roll call of council members. I'll start on this. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
All right, adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, I will move that the April 19th, 20th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of number 5, request to reschedule reports, 5.1 licenses for rental providers and public access to information. Item 8, motions pending, and the replacement attachments of 7.6 bylaw 20069, bylaw 7.7 bylaw 20070, and bylaw 7 or item 7.10 bylaw 20037, and the deletion of 9.1 collective bargaining update verbal report and postponement of 9.2 leadership update to May 9th, 11th, 2022 City Council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded it. Any questions on the adoption of the agenda? I'm seeing none. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans? I'm also a yes. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
All right, just hold on. Can you see my vote or not appearing here?
Not yet.
I'm yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the approval of the minutes from the following meetings: the April 4th, 5th, 6th, 2022 City Council meeting, the April 5th, 2022 City Council public hearing, and the April 13th, 2022 City Council non-regular meeting.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Rice. Any questions on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, please vote. I'm yes.
We have 13 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Just hold, give me 1 second. I'm just trying to get into the right place here. Why am I at the wrong meeting? Okay, I'll figure that out later. All right, any protocol items? None. Select items for debate. Select items for debate. Councillor Knack, go slow.
Excellent. I don't even know if I have that many to pick, though, to be honest, so this is good. I'll select item 6.1. I'll select item 6.5. And there's a couple must be selected that I actually don't have open anymore, so I'm going to defer to the others that do.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
If I could select 6.4, please.
6.4. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Cartmel,
Thank you. 6.8 for voting purposes only.
6.8. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson,
Yes, thank you. I'll select 6.3, as I think that has to be selected, and also 7.8, just for voting purposes.
7.8. Okay. Councillor Principe,
I would like to select 6.9,
6.9,
7.1,
7.1,
and 7.2.
okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to select 6.2, 6.3.
6.3 is already selected.
Okay. 6.8.
That's selected already.
I would like to select 6.8 for the question because I would like to catch up when I was absent from executive committee.
Okay,
And then I was in another councillor duties. I missed the afternoon meeting. I would like to select for the question.
okay.
And then also 7.6, 7.8.
7 point is already selected. For voting only, though. You want to have questions on that?
I do think, yes.
It's second and third reading.
Yeah. So we already passed a first reading on this, right? So, Madam Clerk, when it's second or third reading, we don't ask questions then, right?
Yes, so
Because
this-
bylaw is closed.
This didn't go to a public hearing, it just came to council, so you can still ask questions on it.
Oh, okay. So
So
you have, so
seven
Councillor
point,
Rice, just want to, so on 7.8, you have questions?
I think so.
Okay. Okay,
7.11. 7.11. And also 9.19.
Oh, yeah.
9.19. GEF? That must be.
Is private
Yeah,
report.
yeah. That must be selected. Okay. All right, so let me quickly scan through. We got all the must select items, right? Got it. All right, can someone move the balance of the reports?
So moved.
Councillor Rutherford,
Second.
second by Councillor Stevenson. Thank you. Please vote. Or any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, please vote. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Got it. All right, Madam Clerk, can you read us back what we have already approved?
Thank you. Council has approved the following requests to reschedule. So item 5.1, licenses for rental provided in public access for information, response to an inquiry, is coming back to Urban Planning Committee on April 22nd. Council has also approved the following reports: 6.6, district planning authorization and engagement; 6.7, City of Edmonton 2021 Consolidated Financial Statements. Council has also approved the following private reports. 9.3, appointment to externally nominated representatives to the
Just hold
Edmonton
on.
Design Committee. 9.4, appointment of externally nominated representatives to the Naming Committee. 9.5, Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton Committee appointment recommendations. 9.6, Accessibility Advisory Committee appointment recommendations. 9.7, Community Services Advisory Board appointment recommendations. 9.8, Community Standards and License Appeal Committee appointment recommendations. 9.9, Edmonton Combative Sports Commission appointment recommendations. 9.10, Edmonton Historical Board appointment recommendations. 9.11, Edmonton Design Committee appointment recommendations. 9.12, Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board appointment recommendations. 9.13, Naming Committee appointment recommendations. 9.14, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board appointment recommendations. 9.15, Assessment Review Board appointment recommendations. 9.16, Kavita Board appointment recommendations. 9.17, Edmonton Salutes Committee appointment recommendations. 9.18, Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee appointment recommendations.
Thank you so much. Oh, Councillor Principe?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I thought 6.6 was chosen. I wanted to choose that for voting purposes only.
The district planning authorization and engagement approach? Okay. We have to recall the vote. Okay, and somebody would have to move that to recall.
I will move, we recall the vote.
Because it's right away, Mr. Mayor, you don't need to reconsider. You can just tell us to recall the vote.
Okay, recall the
And
vote,
if you
please.
could just make sure who actually selected 6.6.
6.6 will be selected by Councillor Principe.
And we'll just send the vote right back out because it happened right away.
Okay.
We're just waiting for 3 more votes. Councillor Paquette and Councillor Rice, just voting on the omnibus as amended.
So, Madam Clerk,
We are voting on the
point of order?
omnibus bill. I
Yes.
got that.
And then I said 6.6 selected for the question or for the vote?
For voting.
Just for voting.
Yeah.
But if that is for voting, and I do have a question for 6.6.
Okay, we shouldn't, when the vote's been called, we
Yeah.
shouldn't be asking questions. So now we're going to recall that again and we'll start all over, Mr. Mayor.
So, Councillor Rice, you have questions on 6.6?
Yes, I thought 6.6 you already selected, that is why I didn't pick.
Okay, good. All right, now we call the vote and we vote again.
Yes, please. We're still waiting for 3 votes, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request to speak. Councillor Hamilton, you have the list?
We do not ordinarily hear from speakers at
Yes.
council.
And we don't even know if we'll get to that item anyways, right? So, yeah, okay. All right. Okay, request for specific time on the agenda? None? Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmel.
Well, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I think first of all, I will move the recommendation in item 7.5.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Please vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of items 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.7, and 7.10.
Second.
7.10. That was second by Councillor Stevenson? Yep, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move second reading of items 7.3, 7.4, 7.7, and 7.10.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading for items 7.3, 7.4, 7.7, and 7.10.
Second by
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. Consideration for third reading, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I will move third and final reading of bylaw 19971, bylaw 19972, bylaw 20070, and bylaw 20037.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of item 7.9.
Second reading, 7.9.
Second.
Councillor Stevenson seconded it. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20036.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And that's all I have for the moment, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Appreciate that. Any councillor inquiries? None? All right, now we go into our first item on the agenda. Spring 2022 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment 2019-2022 Operating Budget selected by Councillor Knack. I understand that we have a presentation.
Yes, thank you, Your
Go ahead.
Worship.
Yeah.
Council. Good morning, and we're providing a presentation on this morning on the spring supplemental operating budget adjustment. 2022 is the fourth and final year of the approved 2019 to 22 four-year operating budget, and the budget cycle includes opportunities to adjust the budget twice a year. The objective of the spring supplemental operating budget adjustment process is to finalize the annual tax increase approved in the previous fall. The intent is not to reopen the whole operating budget, but rather to respond to already released details of federal and provincial budgets, changes imposed by legislation, council-directed changes in priorities, operating impacts of capital projects, unforeseen impacts to economic forecasts, and any other emerging issues. Stacey and her team will walk us through the detailed elements, but here is a quick summary. Council worked hard in the fall to achieve a 1.9% tax increase that is lower than inflation and than many other major municipalities across Canada. We'll continue to feel the effects of COVID-19 pandemic as well as other world events on our operating costs and revenues in 2022 and beyond, and there is quite a lot of uncertainty given world conditions at this point. We are proud of a budget that minimizes operating property taxes for Edmontonians, continues to support businesses and most vulnerable residents through the pandemic, and really positions us well to manage the financial instability that's ahead, and looking forward to setting a good four-year budget in the fall of 22. So with that, I'll pass things over to Stacey.
Thank you. As Mr. Corbould mentioned, we're here today to finalize the 2022 operating budget. You will have noticed when you read the report, we are maintaining the 1.9% tax increase approved last fall, but are proposing some minor updates this spring, mostly to accommodate assessment growth, funding for an enhanced snow and ice pilot, and transit support from other orders of government. We're also seeking greater expenditure and agreement authority for the city manager to allow the city to respond quickly to emerging COVID recovery needs. Before delving into these adjustments, we wanted to provide a bit of context in terms of the economy and the integrated financial budgeting and reporting process. I'll hand it to Felicia Muthiardi first to provide an economic update.
Thank you, Stacey. Good morning, everyone. So the economic update today will focus on developments in three areas: our regional labor market recovery, new home construction, and price pressures. Now we'll turn our sights to the regional labor market recovery. Now this is a chart that might look familiar. It was included in the presentation that accompanied the financial update presentation last month. So just a refresher, these three rates together can tell us about regional labor market conditions beyond the performance of any single indicator. The figures in this chart are calculations we've made to quantify how far along each indicator is in its recovery. 100% indicates a full recovery, above 100 indicates an improvement over its pre-pandemic benchmark, and anything below indicates that there is still some room to recover. I recognize that the labor data we track are for the region, but Edmonton employment has historically accounted for about 70% of regional employment. So at an aggregate level, developments in our region's labor market are also likely reflective of what's happening in our city. The light blue bars represent each indicator's measured progress in Q4 2021, whereas the dark blue bars represent their progress in Q1 of this year. The first thing to note is that with regards to our region's labor market recovery, it experienced a setback in Q1 this year, with a pullback in employment levels, a reduction in the size of our region's labor force, so relatively fewer active participants, and on balance, some upward pressure on the region's unemployment rate. As a result, there was a reduction in each indicator's measured progress from the last quarter of 2021 to the first quarter of this year. The quarter-over-quarter setback is a reminder that our regional labor market and our economy as a whole are still in recovery mode. The recovery has been and will continue to be uneven. There remains some weakness in employment in many of the goods-producing sectors like construction. As well across employment types, the recovery in full-time work is lagging behind part-time work. In 2021, the performance of the region's labor market recovery was much stronger than expected, but it is important to note that a repeat performance is not expected for this year, even though we are expecting conditions to improve, with the participation rate expected to gradually increase, and alongside that, a gradual downdrift in the unemployment rate. Now, even though we are expecting conditions to improve, I would like to acknowledge that this may not be the case for all Edmontonians. This concern has been raised by members of council on a few occasions, for which a response is still in development. Moving on to new home construction. Here we have annual new home completions in Edmonton for multis, which include semi-detached row and apartments and single detached homes. We track and report on residential construction through building permits and new housing starts. As noted in the report, there was an upward adjustment to the city's assessment growth from the fall SOBA because construction activity in 2021 was stronger than expected. The strength came largely from the residential sector. A factor contributing to this was the construction and completion of new residential structures. Low interest rates, growing demand for more space, and to some extent a slower response in existing home market supply have contributed to much stronger residential construction than we initially anticipated. As these units reach completion, they added to our property tax base, supporting that upward adjustment in assessment growth. We are still expecting housing demand to be solid this year, but interest rates are rising, the cost of construction has also been on the rise, accelerating to a pace beyond what we have seen historically, and supply chain disruptions are still affecting the availability and delivery of some required materials for construction. All in all, we think the pace of construction will be negatively affected, at least over the short term. Next slide, please. So this chart was presented in the April 4th capital budget update presentation, on which we have year-over-year price growth calculations for two indexes, the National Industrial Product Price Index and the Consumer Price Index for the Edmonton region. As a refresher, the Industrial Product Price Index measures the prices of products sold by Canadian manufacturers, including necessary inputs for capital projects, which we are using as a proxy to illustrate price pressures. I say they are a proxy as these prices reflect what manufacturers receive, so additional costs like for transportation are not included. The Consumer Price Index measures the prices of a fixed basket of goods and services in the Edmonton region, which provides us with a gauge of price pressures being experienced by consumers. The reason why we are presenting this chart again is that prices across the board have been experiencing significant upward pressures, which poses a downside risk to our growth prospects for this year. Supply chain disruptions have been a significant contributor, playing the most prominent role throughout much of 2021 and into 2022. Another factor was market imbalance that was affecting the price of some energy commodities like natural gas and crude oil. For clarity, crude oil price increases have been lifting retail gasoline prices. Recently, Russia's invasion into Ukraine has added even greater upward pressure on the prices for some commodities, particularly for crude oil and for some food commodities. Regarding supply chain disruptions, we are expecting price pressures to unwind, and along with that, as disruptions to the supply chain, as those disruptions start to unwind. However, the timing and pace of easing pressures remain unknown at this time, even though there are some indications that the pace of price increases may be starting to slow. Whether that would result in prices reversing course is another uncertainty. On the energy front, price pressures will likely stay elevated over the short to medium term, which will have an impact on our expenditure on fuel and utilities. With that, I'll turn things over to Stacey.
The strategic planning framework is a collection of plans and processes that guide how the city works to enable a better life for all Edmontonians. The budget process is part of that framework. It dictates the resources we have available for our budget plan and further refines the prioritization and the journey towards our goals. Once we establish a 4-year budget, we report against the budget, evaluate results, confirm priorities, and adjust semi-annually. The budgeting process for capital and operating budgets is driven by achieving the goals and priorities articulated by Council and the community as outlined in the strategic plans. The capital budget sets Edmonton's infrastructure plans for the next 4 years. The operating budget covers day-to-day costs required to run the city, such as maintaining roads and public transit, police, bylaws, and fire rescue services, as well as parks and waste management for the next 4 years. Although there's a new budget every 4 years, achievement of the goals and vision in our guiding documents can take multiple budget cycles to implement. Next slide. There. As you deliberate the spring SOBA and turn your mind to the 4-year budget, we want to remind you of the components of a tax increase. While administration strives to minimize tax increases through budgetary processes, maintaining a zero in the current environment would require a combination of realized efficiencies that the corporation makes part of the ongoing budget process and service reductions or cuts. In the current inflationary environment, we think that the corporation will be challenged to hold inflationary increases to something under 3%, and we suspect that tax increases in excess of 6% will be difficult for the community to tolerate when many in the community are still recovering from the economic effects of the global pandemic. When you consider the other components that generate tax increases, like operating impacts of capital, both past decisions and the decisions that you'll make this fall, service enhancements for things like improved service levels for snow and ice control or transit service, and transformational change for things like energy transition, climate adaptation, and housing and homelessness, you can see how the tax increases can add up quickly and how the scarcity of dollars will make prioritization a necessity. A great deal of work is underway to prepare for the 2023 to 2026 budget to ensure that you are able to make the best decisions for the citizens of Edmonton. Leaders across the organization have analyzed their portfolios for potential efficiencies, enhancements, and improvements. When we started our budget process in January, over 500 initiatives were identified by the departments or have been council directed to start the integrated planning process. Through integrated and clarity conversations, those initiatives have been narrowed down to approximately 265 today, of which 130 are expected to have financial implications. We know this is not affordable, and more refinement is needed before we are ready to present the fall budget. We don't say this to alarm you, but only to foreshadow some of the challenges we see coming in setting the next four-year budget, and thought it prudent to do so as part of the final adjustment to the previous four-year cycle. As Mr. Corbould discussed in the opening of this presentation, the objective of the spring supplemental operating budget adjustment process is to finalize the annual tax increase approved the previous fall. The intent is not to reopen the whole operating budget, but rather to respond to already released details of federal and provincial budgets, changes imposed by legislation, council-directed changes in priorities, operating impacts of capital projects, or unforeseen impacts to economic forecasts. We know council has a number of priorities, but remind you that decisions made outside the prioritized budget process only increase the pressures in the four-year budget cycle. We have a number of reports coming in future weeks that may have further budget impacts on the 2023 to 2026 budget as well, including service standards for snow and ice control, community safety and well-being in the police funding formula, safe mobility, and the traffic safety and automated enforcement reserve. Also, on May 9th, we'll be returning to provide a verbal update to get a sense of tax tolerance and the annual percentage increase council is comfortable with, and also highlight capital funding challenges and decisions required by council to develop the 2023 to 2026 capital budget. These items will be explored even further on June 7th through the Capital Investment Outlook. Our budgetary process includes research and engagement and will provide administration and council with community insight that will inform budget development and decision making. Through this work, we will get a sense of the level of tax tolerance within the community. This information is required in order for administration to determine what is funded and what remains an unfunded service package. And with that, I will pass it to Jody Graham, the Director of Budget, to walk you through the spring 2022 adjustments.
Good morning. This slide summarizes the proposed changes in the spring 2022 SOBA, with the fall 2021 SOBA as the starting point. The top blue row, City Council approved a 1.9% tax increase for 2022 during the fall 2021 SOBA. Assessment growth for 2022 is $8.2 million higher than the budget approved by Council in December of 2021. This is mainly due to construction activity being stronger than anticipated for 2021 and other changes in the taxation forecasts. We are recommending to keep the tax increase at 1.9% for 2022 as approved by City Council during the fall 2021 during the 2022 budget deliberations. We already have one of the lower tax increases for 2022 across Canada and had no tax increase for 2021. Therefore, maintaining a 1.9% tax increase is appropriate. It would result in an additional assessment growth revenue being transferred to financial strategies. As you may recall, financial strategies is an operating account in which we hold aside funds for fluctuations in operating budgets over the 4-year cycle. The funding set aside in financial strategies can be used to handle ongoing budget pressures over the course of the 23 to 26 operating budget, including fuel and utility cost escalation, other inflationary impacts, salary settlements, and long-term impacts from COVID-19. As Felicia alluded to earlier, for this budget year, in 2022, we are experiencing cost pressures as a result of increased utility and fuel costs. However, at this time, we are not recommending any permanent changes to the budget in response to these price increases. Any unfavorable budget variances related to these items during the year can be offset with available funding in financial strategies, without any additional impact to the tax levy and taxpayers. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall tax increase as a result of the education tax requisition announced by the province on February 24th, 2022. Municipal taxes reflect a 1.91% increase for 2022 as approved by Council in the fall of 2021. The education tax requisition requires a decrease resulting in an overall tax increase of 1.27% for residential and 0.73% for non-residential. Although provincial government implemented a provisional education tax increase of approximately 1%, or $27 million for 2022, the impact of that increase for Edmonton is more than offset by the assessment growth and province-wide shifts in property value assessment that redistributed the education tax levy. This results in an education tax decrease for the City of Edmonton as reflected on this slide. Next slide, please. During fall 2021 budget deliberations, Council made the following motion: that administration pilot an enhanced snow clearing standard for Priority 4 roads, residential, until April 30th, 2022. This enhancement would include blading down to pavement and sanding, especially at intersections within communities and after major snow and ice events, using the existing 2022 budget, which will be reassessed at the spring 2022 supplemental budget adjustment. During the year-end 2021, Reporting Council approved $2.3 million from the 2021 tax-supported surplus to offset a part of the additional cost for this enhanced service level. After considering that additional funding, the cost in excess of the year-to-date budget from January to the end of February as a result of additional service levels is $14.3 million. This is comprised of a total estimated cost to the end of February of $16.6 million, less additional budget of $2.3 million carry forward through the 2021 year-end report to offset these costs. The pilot program will continue to the end of April as per Council's direction. We are not expecting the costs for March and April to be significant related to the additional service levels, but will monitor the cost impacts, if any. Next slide, please. As required in the motion, we continue to return to Council in the spring 2022 supplemental operating budget adjustment to reassess the funding required for the additional service levels. The snow and ice clearing program has already spent close to 80% of its budget by the end of February. We are not comfortable stating that we will be able to generate sufficient surplus to offset the incremental costs from the additional service levels. We have increased service levels and are not certain that sufficient surplus will be available to fund the costs of these increased service levels, and therefore we need to identify a funding source. As a result, we are recommending that we transfer funds from the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or FSR, through the spring 2022 SOBA in order to offset the expected incremental costs for the additional service levels. We think this is the fiscally responsible approach. The amount transferred from the FSR would be $14.3 million. The estimated incremental cost for the increased service levels to the end of February, resulting in the revised FSR balance of $127.6 million, which is $14.7 million above the minimum balance of $112.9 million. As previously mentioned, the pilot program will continue to the end of April as per Council direction. We are not expecting significant additional costs. However, we will continue to monitor the cost impacts and will return to council with further funding strategies if required. Next slide, please. The Transit COVID funding support. The purpose of this support is to address operating shortfalls associated with transit. The total amount made available was $159 million, of which Edmonton has available 42% of $66.97 million. Eligible uses for this funding include transit revenue reductions, transit capital, PPE, enhanced cleaning, transit employee compensation, and vulnerable populations. Funding timelines include where the eligible funding must be used is from October 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2023. Edmonton has sufficient expenditures to utilize these funds in totality. Next slide, please. As shown on the previous slide, the Transit COVID funding support can be used for eligible purposes from October 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2023. For the period of October 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2022, the city will have experienced well over $66.97 million in budget impact related specifically to transit as a result of COVID, largely due to transit revenue shortfalls. As the city, we will have more than enough eligible purposes for which to apply the external funding support. We use the end date of December 31st, 2022 for this analysis, as City Council has previously approved internal funding strategies to the end of December 2022 to offset transit revenue reductions. These internal funding strategies to offset these budget impacts, including savings from expense management strategies, use of one-time revenues, and internal funds set aside in the appropriate FSR for COVID purposes. Next slide. Now, with the availability of external funding support, administration is recommending that the transit support be used to fund the transit budget impacts from October 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2022, and internal funds that were previously approved by council to offset transit budget impacts over the same period be returned to the appropriate FSR to be used to offset future COVID impacts. I will walk you through the budget adjustment included in the report that reflects this strategy. First, we would transfer the external funds supported to the appropriate FSR to recognize the receipt of the funding source. Next, we would apply these funds to offset previous transit budget impacts from October 1st of 2021 to December 31st of 2022. These are mainly transit revenue reductions reflected in the previous 2021 and 2022 COVID financial impacts and funding strategy reports presented to City Council. You will not see these details in this report, as they are essentially swapping out internal funding strategies with the transit funding support. Lastly, the previous internal funds used to offset pandemic-related transit impacts would be returned to the COVID funds within the appropriate FSR. In short, the money this council has previously approved to deal with COVID impacts on transit can now be used for other COVID needs. We recommend that the internal funds that have now become available be set aside within the COVID funds in the appropriate FSR. We are still managing the impacts of the pandemic, and we would provide sufficient funding to manage further impacts on the city operations, as well as support for the business community and vulnerable populations. At the end of the year, we can reevaluate and transfer any remaining funds to an unappropriated FSR. But at this time, our recommendation is to hold the funds for COVID purposes, and also as a reminder, these funds are one-time in nature and should not be used for ongoing budget needs. Next slide, please. Some COVID-19 funding needs require an immediate decision for the response to be effective. With this in mind, similar to 2021, we are requesting authority for the city manager to allocate up to $8 million from the COVID funds in the appropriate FSR for emergent COVID purposes. This is included in Recommendation 2 in the report. Additionally, Recommendation 3 in the report requests for authority for the city manager to enter into agreements to provide funding to external organizations up to $2 million per agreement with the funds being used to support the emergent needs of Edmontonians experiencing or at risk of homelessness as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The authorities will only be applicable for the 2022 fiscal year. Use of the funds will be authorized by the city manager and not be brought forward for approval for city council. However, use of the funds will be reported back to city council and at minimum through a regular recording, operating financial updates as necessary. Next slide. For the 2022 budget, once the 2022 tax levy is finalized, we will return with the 2022 property tax bylaws on April 28th, setting the official tax rate for 2022. Based on the rate, we will send out property tax notices in late May with payments due at the end of June. On June 7th, we will be presenting the spring 2022 supplemental capital budget adjustment to City Council, the last supplemental budget adjustment of the 4-year budget cycle. In terms of the 2023 budget, as mentioned earlier in the presentation, we will return on May 9th with a verbal budget update to discuss tax tolerance and capital funding with City Council. On June 7th, we will be presenting the 2023 to 2032 operating and capital investment outlook. Thank you, and if you have any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Councillor Knack, you exempted this. I'll go to you for questions, and as other people
Thank you,
line up.
Mr. Mayor. I don't actually have any questions. I'm just happy to move the recommendation in the report. It's a very thorough presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. I need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Hamilton seconded the recommendation, so I'll go. So you have no questions, Councillor Knack, then?
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to, dig into the rate a little bit more. So I understand that as a product of, when we look in attachment 2 and we see the overall impact, it's less than the 1.91. Am I understanding that correctly, that the average tax bill will change by less than 1.91?
That's correct, because of the education tax requisition.
So I guess I'm wondering if any consideration had been given to, so I guess I'm very mindful that something else that became very clear in the provincial budget was that we weren't seeing the support that we need for housing and supportive housing that we anticipated. So recognizing that support isn't going to be forthcoming, I'm wondering if any consideration was given to maintaining the 1.91 increase as an overall impact and keeping back, like holding back that difference to invest in affordable housing. So maybe just as a first question, what would that amount be?
So Councillor Stevenson, if you were to hold an overall tax increase of 1.9%, you could generate around $19.3 million in additional revenue. And our initial numbers show that the residential tax increase could be around 3.3% on the municipal side and 2.8% on the municipal side for non-residential.
Apologies, then I guess I'm confused. Sorry, 3.3 and 2.8. That would be the overall if we kept it.
So if you're looking at that attachment, the municipal portion for residential would become 3.3%.
Oh, I see.
Right, if you want the overall to be 1.9, and then that
Gotcha.
would generate $19.3 million in additional revenue.
million. Okay, well, I will look for my colleagues to respond to that idea, and I'll maybe just do a bit of further thinking on that. But again, maybe if administration just wanted to speak more generally.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We did not do a detailed consideration on that, and the reason why is, I still don't. From my perspective, we haven't given up with the province. We were having good conversations, and I think the outcome of the Homelessness Task Force report going in June is going to make a difference as well, and there's some good advocacy going. So we're still having some issues with data and things like that, and we're having good deliberations between myself and the Deputy Minister of Housing and CSSS, and so we didn't automatically want to increase that. Some of the work that we're doing is progressing well. We're hitting our targets. We have some issues, obviously, with the wraparound services and operations, but we're continuing. So bottom line is we haven't given up on that collaboration with the province, and I think there's merit to continued advocacy before we automatically use this money just for that, given all the other issues. And then the last piece I would say is I'm very worried about the uncertainty of the war in Ukraine and other things, and so our strong recommendation at this point is let's put it in the FSR, and then we can see where it go from there if we have to.
Yeah, and I think that I appreciate that update and that there are other alternatives. I think the uncertainty of it is what makes me think that it's prudent to maybe continue to collect. Just recognizing that, we heard from the chamber that a 1.91% increase was very reasonable, and maybe just to understand too, what would be the cost difference per $100,000 on a property between those two rates? So between the sort of 1.2 and 0.7 for the residential and commercial versus the 1.9. I'm just thinking of our collective resources maybe having the opportunity to have a greater impact than what that would mean for an individual taxpayer.
So the impact of what is currently proposed in this budget is for a household that owns the average home value of $402,000, it's $160 annually is the increase. We just have to run the numbers again to get you what the difference would be, but we could do that.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sure I'll come around for some further conversation, but look forward to any colleagues' thoughts on that too.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello, thank you so much for this presentation. I did have one question. I had put a motion forward in the fall budget, supplementary budget, regarding a report on the financial health of the city to address long-term COVID response and recovery, and to include high and low financial forecasting for the next 5 years. And in that discussion, it was discussed that it would be presented with this.
It's coming back with I think we asked for it to come back. The original motion said that, and we asked to bring it back with the operating investment outlook, because that's where we do all of the
Okay,
forecasting.
and that's the May one?
Yeah, end of early June.
Okay, perfect. But in the meantime, I think it is prudent, and I do support admin's recommendation around, holding that in reserve with all of the volatility and that we're experiencing. So I think that's, a really good financial management strategy. My only other question is, were those the 8 million, was that already, and I know there was just a lot coming at us, we were new councillors, was that 8 million previously approved in the fall budget, or is that a new ask for that 8 million?
Sorry, are you talking about the $8.5 million for assessment growth?
No, I'm talking about the 8 million for, and then the 2 million cap. So the 8 million specifically to address vulnerable.
So last year we had that approved, where we
Okay.
would do $8 million. For the duration of COVID, we asked for the city manager's authority to allow for up to $8 million. But we only did it on a year-by-year basis, so we're asking that also be extended into this year, so that for the remainder of the recovery portion of the pandemic, there is sufficient delegated authority for us to activate items quickly.
And that expired at December. So for example, Councillor, in January, when we came asking for 1.5 million for homeless support, which council approved in January, in the past instance, I would have just used my delegated authority to do that, inform council, and we weren't able to do that in January. So we just thought it prudent to provide the same authorities we have in the past. It works well.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about the delegated authority. I'm more just trying to understand if that 8 million is already, because I think it's a bigger conversation that we need to be having around how much we're investing in housing and taking that on, especially with when, you saw that graph with, likely the the forecasting that I'm hearing from administration, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that it's going to be a really tough four-year budget cycle, and we're likely going to have some really hard cuts if we're going to keep it anywhere near zero. Correct?
Yes, and then just to clarify, so the $8 million is really just the ability for Andre to use already approved funding within the COVID FSR. The
So
$8
it is
million
already-
isn't new funding,
Okay.
it just allows a different
Perfect.
authority.
And I saw that it was just, so this is a bigger conversation that council will grapple with in the four-year budget. We've already approved this. It does make sense because we're still in that recovery. Okay, that helps clarify that. That clarifies that for me. Thank you so much. Those are all
Yeah.
my questions, unless you had anything else to add,
I would
Andre.
just add, Councillor, we don't have a specific list yet, but, the kinds of things we're thinking about are emergent homelessness support, especially with encampments potentially this summer as part of the strategy. LRT and downtown safety continue to be an issue, so I'm considering, using some of those resources for that. Those are the kinds of COVID-related pieces we'd be looking at.
That's perfect. And just to clarify, we're continuing our advocacy to the province as well for funding for these issues around homelessness and houselessness.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That's it. Thank you for your great work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you so much, and really appreciate the presentation on this and all the work on it. I think I'll probably just build on the path that Councillor Rutherford was going down. I have questions around the COVID-19 transit support that we have received from the province and the federal government. So recognizing that it's being recommended that we're transferring the 66.7 back to appropriated FSR for future impacts of COVID-19. And it sounds like there's kind of a wide spectrum of what would be considered COVID-19 impacts. I guess I'm wondering, is there value in appropriating some of those towards things like supporting vulnerable Edmontonians and houseless Edmontonians now, just knowing that that's likely going to be a really big challenge that we face this coming summer, or is it preferred to just have that flexibility?
At this point, Councillor, our preference is to have the flexibility, and then we can use that flexibility as needed. So, for example, in a couple of weeks, we're coming back with a detailed encampment strategy that's tied to housing and homelessness supports, and so that'll be a completely separate report coming in about a week and a half. And so for today, our strong recommendation is let's put it in that, and then we're going to have lots of discussions over the next couple of months about the needs in the community, and we'll be able to respond to council for those, knowing that it's there. There could be a day where if COVID does, if we transition completely out of COVID, at some point we would probably come and recommend that the COVID FSR be transferred to the base FSR, but we're just not there yet. But we can do that at any time in the fiscal year.
Right. Okay, great. And that was going to be my next question, is we have the ability to reassess that basically at any time and sort of reallocate amounts to appropriated, unappropriated if emergent items come up. That's right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. That answers my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. A lot to chew on here, and thank you to administration for pulling it together. I just wanted to confirm the amount in the allocation going towards the Edmonton Police Service. That hasn't changed since the fall. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I would ask, I guess, through the mayor to the city manager, if we are approving an $8 million allocation in discretionary spending, could we get confirmation that none of that would be flowing through to the Edmonton Police Service as well, too? That as I read the intended purposes, it would be COVID recovery and housing.
So the $8.5 million that we're suggesting be put into financial strategies, we're suggesting that being held there on a risk basis to deal with primarily utility fee increases. So the intention wouldn't be to provide it to police, nor would we provide it to police without coming back and checking in with council.
Awesome.
And I would just add, Councillor, that we'll be coming to council or committee on the 16th, I think, of May with our community wellness and safety, community safety and well-being strategy, and that is where we will bring recommendations to council to allocate the $14.5 million that was set aside by council. I fully understand why council set that money aside, and I will not be sort of flowing money back without expressed approval of council based on the intent of that decision.
Great to have that reinforced. Thank you. Maybe a bit trickier one, but when we're talking about the housing pieces too, we've been big advocates for our shelter standards. I would look to confirmation as well too. We wouldn't be entering into agreements, or maybe can we say that at this point? Because would we be entering into agreements with anybody who doesn't meet shelter standards?
No, our funding to shelters would be based on our city shelter standard. The gray area is we do a lot of advocating to the province to fund things in our city, and those are not always to the using the minimum shelter standard because it's their money and I can't tell them not to. We encourage them to. I hope to address that for the long term through the Homelessness Task Force by suggesting that in future the province consider that, and that would be under consideration. So our money we can influence with our bylaw and minimum standards. I encourage others to do so, but I will take their money at this point to have positive outcomes in Edmonton, even if it doesn't meet the minimum standard.
Great, thank you. And another question, do we have an annualized schedule of tickets and charges, like X dollars for if you don't shovel your walk or X dollars for a noise complaint? And is that reviewed every time during the budget? And if so, when is that in the circle of life?
The dollar value for fees and fines?
Yeah.
I believe that I'll maybe pass it to Mr.
Yeah, we do include, Councillor Jans, we do include a fee schedules of fines and penalties in every supplemental fall budget adjustment as one of the appendices for review and approval by council.
So there'd be no change at this time. But if I had questions about that, we could ask for future discussion.
Correct.
Okay, and they're not inflation adjusted, they've been set at a static number?
I would say so every fall when we update it, it's probably based on an individual business area, how they want to adjust those rates. Some could be inflationary, others not. It's not consistent.
Excellent, thank you. If I can go one other direction here. So I noticed over the last 5 years, City Council has approved a lot of infill. And, on every Tuesday at public hearing, we've been approving a lot of new density. And understandably, that hasn't been built yet, and it wouldn't have a cost implication yet. But is there a way of quantifying sort of in the last, or maybe this could be a go forward, if we're taking two lots that used to generate, say $12,000 in tax revenue, but now we've done some density, we've done some infill with city plan, now that lot is generating, say, 100,000. Is there a way of showing sort of the relationship between our city building decisions and then alleviating the tax burden for the entirety of the community? Like we're using these lots more effectively in terms of a wealth generation for everyone, and now we can pay for more services because we have a more compact, dense urban form. Is there any, like I see is this even tracked? Would this be an enormous amount of work? I'm just curious to try and draw the line as we're having some of these conversations about taxation and city planning.
We don't currently track that. We track assessment growth as a whole, but I think, and I'll maybe defer to Ms. McCabe, that there are teams that are working on how to quantify and communicate the benefit associated with infill and the value it brings.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say thank you first, and for this very clear budget change, operating budget change, and present to us. I do have a few questions. The first question is about the funding number of COVID-19 and current fund is available, and then how much that set aside, and besides financial strategy and FSR.
Sure. So I can start, Councillor Rice. So the COVID funds that are appropriated within the appropriated FSR. So currently, there's not a lot left in there. It's pretty much it's zero balance. With approval of the recommendation in this report, there'd be $66.97 million available in the COVID funds within the FSR.
Okay. So For the financial strategy, I just look at the strategic level and for our financial position. And then right now, by look at this budget change, is that correct? Our financial strategy money right now is only 8.195, or we already have some basis, and this is just on the top of that?
So that is the addition to the financial strategies budget.
Okay.
And it is being set aside on a risk basis to manage the increasing cost escalations on utilities and other inflationary costs.
Yes. Do you have a total number for the financial strategy?
So Councillor Rice, we don't generally disclose the total number for financial strategies in public because it contains a number of contractual items also.
Okay, so right now, we just know that additional $8.2 million will be added to that.
That's correct.
And so I do understand, I support and the administration recommendation how we keep that $6-7 million to our FSR. And because based on information from last year and by reading the financial reports, we actually spend greater than that, and $6-7 million. And right now, due to lots of like uncertainty factors, and we can use this money and then to continue support any impact could bring in 2022 and from COVID-19. So to me, and that recommendation is reasonable, and thank you for that. And the question, and to me, by look at the revenue and the expenses, and it seems like our city's revenue for 2022 or increase in total is $89 million. So in this $89 million, and because there are lots of money was used to offset the greater spending and in the last year, by that way, and I think for the tax rate 1.9%, and then it's just barely to meet that targets to keep that not change. And then due to the provincial requisition reduced, is that right? And then we can keep that. And otherwise, and it will be totally increased.
So the numbers that you're seeing in attachment to you are for the municipal tax increase only, and they total 1.9%. And then the province reduced their requisition, and that would bring residential down to, I believe, 1.23% overall when you combine both of them.
Yes. I think this is very important for the public to know, and then with the provincial requisition reduced, our city, we don't want to in the position and under COVID-19 and under the economic downtime to increase the tax for our Edmontonians. And thank you for that calculation. My next question is about the snow and ice pilot cost. And by looking at the data here, it seems like only 2 months, and we spend the cost for snow removal is over $14 million. We used some surplus from last year to offset from $16 million to $14 million. That's right? And
That's
so
correct,
only 2 months, and is it fair to ask a question for only 2 months we spend that much? And
so in the fall, the motion increased service levels to Blade residential streets, and I'll defer to Mr. Sebrick, but that is the impact of that service level change.
For only 2 months.
That's correct, Mr.
My time is out. I may come back and to discuss this
no
more.
problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tank.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, team, for I think what was a very actually straightforward report. So well done. Just to confirm some of my understanding around the $8 million COVID fund, it's a total of $8 million together until the end of this year, or is it your authority you can pull $8 million at any given time? Can I just get a confirmation?
Yeah, so the $8 million, it isn't new money. It's the ability for the city manager to use up to $8 million of COVID appropriated funding at any point during the year provided and then under agreements that have a $2 million limit. So if he needs to enter an agreement, you would have to approve the entering of that agreement if it was more than $2 million.
And I think I heard the example of 1.5 for shelter in January, but I think recently there was a 1.8 with Bissell. That would be another example of something that would then just doesn't require council approval, but just straight to city manager approval is enough. Am I correct in that?
That's correct, Councillor.
Great. And then I'm just wondering, how do you prioritize what gets funded within this 8 million? Is this sort of first come, first serve until the fund is depleted? Or will there be a bit of I'm just curious if there'll be a bit of a prioritization process.
Yeah, it's not first come, first serve, but it is sort of emergent needs and priorities. I would say once we have a community safety and well-being strategy approved by council, that's how I would use to prioritize those funds within the context of COVID. And we hope that that'll be approved soon, but that's generally where my head is, Councillor. It's looking at that strategy.
That would make sense. Thank you. And so it's more demand driven rather than being proactive and seeking out, what is the need out there. But I imagine it's a bit of both.
Yeah,
right?
Correct. And of course, there's a greater context of all the money that the city and other orders of government already invest in that space, and that's a consideration.
Absolutely. I have a few questions on the snow and ice. So the pilot was meant to use existing budget, but because now we're requesting funding from FSR because it went above and beyond our expectation. I'm just wondering if the pilot was first taken with that FSR in consideration when you were directed in this way.
Councillor Tang, so when the motion was first passed, in discussions with council, there had been surpluses in the snow and ice control program in the last few years. So the intention was to use as much of that surplus as possible to absorb these costs. What we're seeing right now is that we're already overspent on the snow and ice budget, which Mr. Seber can speak to a bit more. So we're not anticipating any surpluses this year to absorb these additional costs. So since we've increased service levels, we're recommending that you identify a funding source now as well.
Yeah, and I'm anticipating a very robust conversation about snow and ice next week. But let's say the council decides to scratch the enhanced service level down to the payment, all that. But we still need a transfer just to do the bare minimum snow and ice service. Is that correct?
So what you have here would be us transferring from the FSR to the snow and ice budget the amount that would all deal with the already spent amounts for blading. What's left in the budget is what you need to continue snow and ice control at regular service levels, not enhanced service levels for the rest of the year.
Okay, got it. And my last question, just factoring in the education tax, I just want to be clear, so just so I'm clear for myself, the tax increase will still allow us to accomplish what we set out to achieve with the original 1.91% increase. Is that right?
Yes, because you as council are increasing the municipal budget by 1.9%. The province is decreasing their what we experience is a decrease in the education tax requisition. When those two items are combined on people's tax bill, they will experience a 1.23%, but there's no change to what you've approved municipally.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Again, appreciate the presentation and the report.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. And just to echo my colleagues' appreciation for the information. So I understand this is sort of at a point in time, and I'm just wondering if there's any motions that are coming forward that would either have an impact on the FSR or the need to increase the tax supported debt. I'm thinking specifically today we've got the funding request for women's shelters. Are there any others that you can see that that might increase things?
So there's a couple council rates. So there's also, yeah, as you mentioned, the Women's Shelters Community Property Safety Team is another funding request, and then funding for problem properties as well, as was discussed at Community Public Services Committee on April 12th. So those ones will be coming forward to council as well.
And what would be the total of those? And that's on FSR, is that right?
So those three I just mentioned were coming from the EPS funds within financial strategies.
Okay.
And the total of those will be around 2.6 million.
2.6. Perfect. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Thank you. So the $8.2 million from residential growth, is that ongoing revenue?
The 8.5 million? Yes.
8.2 or 8.4, but the additional revenue from residential growth.
Yes, that's ongoing money.
So it'll go into FSR this time for
It
this
goes
year?
into financial strategy.
Oh, financial strategies, okay.
Yeah, which is an ongoing account.
Okay. And that allows us to use that money into the future as we prepare for other items or other agenda or priorities of council, right?
That's correct. I would say, though, generally, when we put items in financial strategies, they're there to mitigate risk. They're
Okay.
not there necessarily
Oh, I see.
unallocated.
So it's not a funding source.
Although
Yep.
that's where the unallocated police funding is also located.
Got it. Is there healthy balance in that now at this time, or are we still in the,
There's a balance sufficient to cover the risks that we
oh, I see.
anticipate.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's understood. Thank you. On the 66 million for transit, one of the reasons that we advocated so strongly to the province and to the federal government is that if they provide us this money, we will be able to recover our ridership faster than anticipated. So putting this money into FSR, how would that help us do it? Like, what are the initiatives that we can take in order for a faster ridership recovery using this money?
So maybe I'll just start by saying what we're actually doing here is taking the funding that the federal government has provided to us and using that to address the gap in transit fares.
Yeah.
What the money we were previously using to do that is what's going into the FSR.
Yeah. So maybe question is to transit, or Andre, to you, like, are we focusing now that we have this opportunity to accelerate our recovery?
Yeah, I'd say we have this whole time, Your Worship, and I think the proof is in some of the facts on that. We are recovering our transit ridership at one of the highest rates in the country, and I'll just see if Gord or Ms. Houghton McDonald want to provide those facts.
Your Worship, Mr. Corbold's correct. We are at just around 66%, but perhaps I'll ask Ms. Houghton McDonald just to provide a little bit more detail on where we're at, because we are ahead of what we had projected.
No, I understand we are ahead of other cities, right? One of the hindrances for recovery on ridership is security on LRT, security on transit, on rest of the system. So can we use some of this additional resources to ramp up the security on transit that we are actually aiding with the recovery of ridership?
Yeah, we have certainly been using those resources because that's what we're sort of backfilling with the money we're getting from the feds and the province. But Ms. Houghton McDonald, can you just talk about some of the things we're doing based on these funds?
Yes, thank you, Andre. So there's a few things that are in progress, and we will bring forward an update on the safety and security piece. We are exploring those options to add additional security resources. We're also looking at an, I think, creative ridership campaign that'll flow starting later in the spring through the summer months. We're going to have street teams, we're going to have station activations, and a number of just positive experiences that we're going to try and create around transit. Along those lines, we are seeing some good returns to date.
Good. I'm glad, but I think we need to speed up. I know it takes time. And I think we should use this as an opportunity to ramp it up, right? On the affordable housing component of this request for transit funding that came, Looking at the federal budget and looking at some of the requirements they ask from municipalities is that speed up your process, approval process, encourage more density, integration of transit and housing, right? We do all those things. I think our city is leading edge. So how do we leverage that to our advantage?
Yeah, I would agree, Your Worship, that we're sort of leading edge on a lot of these things. I think we just gotta, we gotta talk about it more. We gotta explain it more and demonstrate what we're doing with facts and get it out to the people to see. And keep moving in that direction, I would say.
Good. And my last question is related to going back to the residential growth. Can you give us a breakdown? How much is that infill and how much is that suburban growth? Not now, but you may not have that information. I think it'll be good information to know, is our infill policy working to encourage more residential in majority neighborhoods?
Yeah, so we're looking at how to measure that, but at the current point in time, I don't have a breakdown
Oh, we don't.
of infill versus suburban.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. All right, thank you. And I'll take the, I'll move the second round.
Second.
Would you like us to call the vote? Thanks so much.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Just waiting. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So I return the chair back to the Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And I'll go to Councillor, I think Councillor Stevenson was next. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yes, just following from my earlier line of questioning, were you able to calculate what that difference would be? So 160 annually at the proposed rate, and what it would look like if we maintain that 19.3 million?
So 160 at the proposed rate plus another 116.
Another 116?
Yes.
So it's almost a doubling? Or like?
Not quite a doubling.
Not quite a doubling. Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, I think what I am struggling with is I've heard so clearly from Edmontonians and business about the critical importance of addressing housing and homelessness in our city. And so that's looking like an additional $10 a month that could, help us collectively respond to that. But Mr. Corbould, you were mentioning earlier that you think that other forms of support and funding will be forthcoming.
I think what I suggested is that we haven't given up on that, and I think eventually the data that we show and collaborate with in other orders of government should show what the need is, and we're continuing to do that. Whether it'll be forthcoming or not, we have yet to see. But I just think it's so important that we make those points, and I have to say, people are not closing the door. The deputy minister is listening and understanding the data, and that we've got engagements with the minister soon, and we're trying to really demonstrate through data and the actual need on the ground. And so I will forever remain hopeful that we can do that. We're also looking at other initiatives with the federal government, with housing accelerators and other pieces that I think are just contributing. So at this point in time, I just don't feel the need to put that automatically into that, given the other demands as well.
Sure. Well, and I guess that raises another question. So just knowing that there are going to be, I believe we're anticipating some housing requests, operating dollar requests in the coming weeks and month. We feel confident that we will be able to meet those. Basically, will we have the funds available to do what we feel is necessary in the housing space in the next year without this additional 19.3 million?
I don't think I can answer that question 100% accurately today, and I say that just because I have yet to review our encampment strategy and some of the other associated pieces, and a lot of it will have to do also based on what council decides on the community safety and well-being priorities. So I would say that in order to have all the resources we need, we're going to need collaboration from all orders of government, which we don't quite yet have. And we're also going to have to understand the other priorities of council. So I can't really answer that question just in housing alone, because I'm also seeing a lot of interest by council in other funding for other things. And so until I balance all the worksheets on that, it's hard to answer your question just on one piece on housing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess, recognizing that there are other priorities and other needs, just feeling like that 19.3 million provides us with flexibility to respond to a multitude of needs that we have in our community.
Yeah, and what I would say at this point is with the FSR, we have COVID, which could be reallocated to the standard FSR to other things if council so wishes. I think we're okay at this point in time today. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll take that advice. I appreciate that. And I think recognizing, I appreciate the calculations in terms of the additional 116 a month. That does seem material, a year. Okay, well, thank you. That's helped address my questions and concerns. So thanks very much, and thanks for the great work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I just want to follow up my previous question on snow clear. With the new pilot program implemented, and we heard lots of mixed voice and with the concern about the window removal. And just a question about, because by looking at the motion is talk about we implement this pilot program use existing 2022 budget. So that is a little bit confused. Can you clarify this additional $14 million and in this adjustment, and then is on the top of existing approved 2022 budget for snow removal, or is just part of that?
So let me start, and then I'll pass it to Mr. Sebrick. So the motion did say 2022 budget, but you established a service level that once completed cost a certain dollar value, and that's what we're here to adjust so that we don't carry that deficit forward and create a larger problem in snow removal later in the year. But Mr. Sebrick?
That's correct. Basically, we intended on actioning Councillor's motion in terms of the upgraded service with residential blading using the existing 2022 budget, knowing that it would be a higher expenditure than what was actually identified based on the previous service level. And what we're here to do today is identify what that overspend was based on the work that was done. And what Ms. Padbury has identified is basically truing up the remainder of the year's work, knowing that currently we don't have enough dollars to carry out the remainder of the service for the year without an adjustment.
Do you have a sense what the total cost could be and for 2022 snow removal work?
So a lot of that will be weather dependent. Our annual budget for 2022 was $58 million. So we've expended the majority of that to date. And depending on what the remainder of the 2022 snow and ice control year looks like, we could come in very close to budget if there was not much snow. But I mean, that's counting on weather, and we have to budget on a typical winter, and that's what the remainder of the year would be based on.
For me to ask this question, I do want to ask some clarification, and from administration perspective, how we address the concern from public and regarding this snow removal and window removal. And because this is I think this is a big issue and a big concern we heard for this year. And then if this is continue happen, and then it's my understanding and our window removal is only pilot in one neighborhood. And
so Councillor Rice, we will have that opportunity on 25th. At the committee when this report, then when the snow and ice report comes to committee.
I understand.
That will be appropriate there to ask that question.
Yeah, I understand that report will come back to us, but right now we're doing the budget adjustment. I do want to understand that from that perspective. And because this is will help us to plan for 2023 and 26 budget cycle.
Yeah, I would say, Councillor, I would sort of say what the mayor said, that we're coming to committee next week with a full detailed report, and so that report is out now and will be discussed at committee next week, and I think it's probably the best place to answer the questions, and there will be other decisions made for, I'm assuming, based on that report going to committee and then to council afterwards. So without sort of repeating the whole report here, it's, I think next week is when that discussion's coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. We have a motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? See, Councillor Rice, you want to speak to this? I see you on the board.
No, that was from before.
Oh, I see. Okay, good. I see no one to speak. I just want to, Councillor Rice, if you take the chair, please. I quickly want to. I just want to take this opportunity to actually thank our provincial and federal government for stepping up to provide us the necessary support on the operational funding shortfall for public transit. We've been engaged with them quite extensively, first with the federal government when they allocated the funding, then with the provincial government. Even though we were expecting this in the provincial budget, but we understand that there were some complexities around that, and then the province came up and figured that out later on with the working with the federal government, which I am very happy. We should be happy, and want to take this opportunity to thank both orders of government for providing the necessary support, because without that, I think we will be in a much, much worse situation today. Having that $66 million will go a long way for us to improve safety on transit, ridership on transit, and to be in a better position to coming out of this, coming out of COVID and aid with our recovery. So I just wanted to make sure that we convey our appreciation for the good work, and we will continue to challenge them and continue to call upon them in areas that they haven't stepped up yet. So, yeah. Okay. With that, I will take the chair back and call the vote.
Just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you so much. And now we move to our second item, 6.2, which is exempted by Councillor Rice, but this was a report discussed at Community and Public Services Committee, and I will go to chair of that committee to introduce the item and move the recommendation. Councillor Cartmell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We, as mentioned, this was a report that was brought in response to Councillor Jans's motion several weeks ago. We did have a good conversation about what is being done in other jurisdictions and how that might relate to the city of Edmonton. And while at committee, I strongly encouraged all council members to provide their perspectives and ask their questions so that we could have a complete and fulsome conversation at committee, which is generally the ethic I think we're trying to reinforce. The committee did move a recommendation to council, and I understand that there is a modest restating of that recommendation, and that is coming from administration's advice, and I'm happy to put that restated recommendation on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell. We need a second.
And I'll read that in, Mayor Sohi, and I'm sure that it'll be displayed as I do so.
Yeah.
And that is, the revised wording is as follows: that administration work collaboratively with stakeholders, including but not limited to Alberta Health Services, Alberta Health, Edmonton Police Services, public health and medical experts, people with lived experience, family and patient advocates, and Indigenous peoples to A, develop recommendations to reduce drug poisoning injuries and deaths in Edmonton, and B, prepare a draft submission to Health Canada for a Section 56(1) exemption to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to decriminalize simple possession, excluding trafficking of illicit substances in Edmonton. And part 2, that administration develop an intergovernmental advocacy strategy to reduce drug poisoning injury and deaths in Edmonton, including decriminalization of simple personal possession, safe supply, safe consumption sites, treatment, and supportive housing. And that comes with a due date of first quarter 2023, Community and Public Services Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. We need a seconder.
Seconded.
Second by Councillor Jans. We have a motion on the floor. I'll go to questions now. Councillor Rice, you exempted this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions because I was unable to attend the committee meeting to ask questions. The first question is about, because this motion seems like this reduced drug poison injury and death in Edmonton, do we have the data and specifically demonstrate this drug poison injury and death in Edmonton?
Thank you, Councillor Rice. I believe in the presentation it's around 660. I'd have to check the exact number of the poisonings last year.
Thank you for that. Second question is about, and this motion and same and developed based on the Toronto model. And then by looking at the Toronto city, it's totally different. I noticed there's several differences. The first one is a health model. And the city of Toronto, they do have a health department, resources, and to do this. And then, so my question is, if like as a city of Edmonton, we don't have this similar model, and then from like a health professional perspective, what's a challenge an administration could face and to implement this motion's recommendation?
I don't think the challenges will be that big, Councillor, because while we don't have our own health department, we have good collaborations with AHS and Alberta Health. And one of the adjustments that was made along the way to the motion is to include both AHS and health, because understanding that health sets policy and AHS sort of implements it. So we have good collaborations, and I don't think, while they're not our health department, we sense a keen interest in having this discussion, and we'll be able to work collaboratively with those health professionals.
Specifically in the report, this a number of other initiatives are currently underway at the federal and provincial level that could influence the future exemption requests. So can you tell me more about that?
Are you asking what the challenges Toronto has faced to move their exemption forward, and that we would anticipate we would have similar, or sorry?
What type of, and because other initiatives are currently underway at a different order of government, federal and provincial, what could influence, what impact could, and for us to implement this exemption request?
Yeah, I just don't think we know yet, Councillor, because we don't have the details of that work either happening at the province or the federal government. So I think that can be part of our ongoing collaboration that's in the motion to better understand that, but we just don't have a good sense of that at this point today.
Do you know what type of initiatives at other order of government?
Well, we know, for example, that the provincial government is working on addictions treatment centers and stuff, but it's very, there haven't been a ton of announcements, and it's very unclear to us. And so we're just not able to properly answer that. But I think we'll be able to answer that kind of a question as we do this collaborative work and fully understand what's happening everywhere.
So this is something I do have a concern. If other order of government and they have some like current initiatives underway, even we don't know what's the impact and then influence could, and for municipal government to do this. And then plus, and this process, it appears and from other cities' experience and multiple years. And then how much energy and focus from priority perspective? And do we need to repeat something and other government is already implementing, is doing?
Yeah, I don't know, is that may be better addressed to the mover, or, we're ready to do the work if asked, and we can get this work done, so.
So I think that's my question, and then I may have other councillors to speak this, but I have little time, and Mr. Chair, would you mind? I just take my time to. Yeah, I do have the concern to do this, and specific from like jurisdiction authority perspective, and also from legal perspective. And we do have federal and provincial government and take initiatives and to look after this matter. And then from my perspective, our city, I think, our limited resources at limited time, and then if we can focus on something and not repeat overlap, and then that would be from priority perspective to support our Edmontonians, and then at the level and as they expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to also mention what Councillor Rice was discussing. On December 7th, 2021, the federal government introduced Bill C-5, which is to repeal certain mandatory minimum penalties and establish diversion measures for simple drug possession offenses. So I agree with her that it almost sounds like it's a little bit redundant. And the way it's worded, I actually like the way this is worded more so. I see it to be more reasonable and possibly more effective in what we're trying to accomplish here. So are you aware of the Bill C-5 and where it stands right now?
Yeah, we are, Councillor, and, again, there are several bills related to decriminalization opioids issue, but they're still underway. None of them have passed yet, and, my perspective on this is we don't want to speculate too much on what they look like if and when they pass, and so we want, that work to be done. But I also think the timing of this motion, I think some of those decisions and bills will have been passed, and we can include that in our work that we present to council based on the timing of the motion. And if they haven't, then we won't be able to. But so it's kind of hard to say where we'll go with this and how much will be duplicative or not.
Yeah, because also there is the government of Alberta that has a special committee also working on this. Yeah. So it does seem like all three levels of government are working separately in order to solve the same issue. So it does seem that is my concern, as Councillor Rice was saying. And I would like to just ask the mover if it would be possible to separate the motion, number 1 and number 2.
Madam Clerk?
Yeah, that would be at the discretion of the chair.
Yeah.
So that would be yourself.
Yeah, for voting purposes, we can
nobody's
absolutely
got any
split the motion
objections,
into
you're
two. Yeah, good.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any other questions on this? Seeing none, I will call, so on part 1 first, sorry. All right, Councillor, so can we move, do the part 1 first? Yes, there'll be A and B, which is develop recommendations to reduce drug poisoning injuries and deaths in Edmonton, and B, prepare a draft submission to Health Canada with Section 56 exemptions. That's part 1. So let's vote on part 1 first, please, and call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 11-2. And now we'll do part 2, which is the advocacy, intergovernmental advocacy strategy. That's part 2. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Thank you, everyone. And now we are going to go into item 6.3. This was exempted by Councillor Stevenson. We had this report at the committee, Community and Public Services Committee, and I will go to Councillor Cartmel to introduce this report and move the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Stohe. So I will start with putting the committee recommendation on the floor. And I think that needs a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Right. Got it.
And just very briefly, we did have a very good conversation around problem properties and next steps, policy changes, budget increases, that kind of a thing. Very robust conversation at committee with lots of participation. And I confess, I'm not sure why this must be selected, but it's tagged that way in the agenda. I thought we had pretty much completed this. Perhaps it's because there's a budget element to it, but my sense was the conversation was completed at committee. So I'll leave it there and seek others' advice on that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. So, Madam Clerk, why was this to be exempted, must exempted?
Yeah, so I just want to check. So in the committee report, there was one recommendation from committee and then there were two. So can I just confirm if recommendation 1 and 2 were put on the floor?
Yes, that's my intent. So you're moving both 1 and 2, right, Councillor Cardinal?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yeah. Is that clear, Madam Clerk?
Yep, so technically there's 4 motions going to be put on the floor. Thank you for that clarification. We'll update that now.
Good, thank you. Any comments on why why was this identified must be selected?
I'm trying to get that information
Okay, no
myself.
problem. Okay, I'll go to Councillor thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for moving the recommendations. And this was selected by Councillor Stevenson, and I'll go to Councillor Stevenson next.
Selected only because it needed to be. I'm fully supportive of this work. Really appreciate the conversation we had at committee.
All right, thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
I do have the questions. So my question is procedure question. It's my understanding any item discussed at committee level with the budget implication and the money implication needs to be council decision required. And for this one, I don't understand why, and it's just information only.
No, there's a
Just the procedure, procedure question.
Sorry, I don't understand the procedure question. Could you restate that
So
for me,
it's
please?
my understanding, any recommendation from a committee, and then if there budget implication or there any money dollars attached, needs city council decision. So, but right now the report shows information only. So that is why, unless I missed something.
So it's entirely possible that administration provided the report for information. Committee then made 2 separate motions with 2 parts each. So the reasons that I understand that have come up from committee is committee sent it up here. So it's my understanding that the recommendation from committee wasn't to receive it for information, but rather to put those 4 motions on the floor, as Councillor Cartmel has just stated. Apologies if I'm not understanding your question.
So my apologies if I missed something in the procedure, and because I do like understanding, and as a new councillor, I'm still learning the procedures, and anything, any motion related to the dollars amount and needs the council's decision. So that is why when I look at the information only, I a little bit confused.
I don't understand what you're I apologize. What's on the floor is not a receive for information. What's on the floor is actually a budget adjustment. So the first recommendation from committee is a budget adjustment to the fire rescue.
So Councillor Rice, the report that came to committee was for information only, but at committee, committee decided to make a number of recommendations, and those recommendations are in front of us now at council to be debated. and voted on.
Okay, so the information come to the committee is as information only,
That's
even
right.
though with the budget and with the budget change?
Yeah, so administration's recommendation to committee was to receive the report for information, but committee decided to make certain recommendations, and those recommendations are in front of us today because there are budget implications of those recommendations.
So is there any budget increase or budget change does not need council's decision?
This requires council decision. That's why it's in front of us today.
Because committee
Okay.
made recommendations to adjust the budget, it's
Yeah.
coming to council, and that's what we're debating in front of us right now.
Just for information only, and then,
No, it's not for information, it's the actual budget adjustments that are in front of us.
that his report
Counselor,
shows.
what we'll do is just, so in your committee
Yeah.
report, so if you want to look under 6.3, so what's probably happened is entirely possible, there's two agendas in diligent. There's the one that was originally put in there, and then there was the second one that actually has the recommendation from committee. So if you click on item 6.3, it's got a two-page report from committee, and if you can't access it there, I'm happy to print that out for you, and you can see clearly what's on the floor is not to receive something for information, is actual budget adjustments, which is why you're completely correct. It's before council today for a decision.
That is why I confused, because right now in front of me is information only.
Yeah, you're looking at the report from administration. Administration always provides reports to committee, and then when committee provides direction, the clerk's office creates a report from committee to council, and then it's typical that the chair of that committee then moves that recommendation, as Councillor Cartmell has just done this morning. I'll come over and have a look. I think you're looking at the recommendation from committee and not the recommendation, sorry, the recommendation from admin and not from the committee.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay.
Yeah, that is my procedure question. I don't have question and for this change.
Okay.
And because I do support and for our fire services.
Good.
And just procedure question, and because right now in front of me is choose information only, that is why I asked that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, I believe it was already asked, but it's both recommendations on this one motion, is that correct? So again, I would ask if it could be separated, and I will speak to it now. My reason being is that I did state that I would not be supporting most motions where funding was coming from the Edmonton Police Services funds. So I would appreciate if we could separate the recommendations.
Okay, so if I can understand correctly, you want 1 and 2 at the top. You want that separated from the recommendation 2 of the committee, right?
Correct.
Got
Yeah,
it.
so
Okay.
just separate recommendation 1 and recommendation 2.
Got it. Okay, good. All right. That is clear. Any more questions on this? I see none. And anyone want to speak to this? We had a very healthy discussion at committee. I see none, so we'll vote on recommendation 1 of the committee, which is part 1 and 2 first. I will call the vote.
We're just waiting for one more vote, Mr. Mayor. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we'll come to the second part, which is recommendation 2 of the committee. It has part 1, 1A, B, C, and part 2 as well. So we'll vote on that now. I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are going to go to our next item, which is 6.4, support for women's shelters. This also must be selected, that's why it's selected by Councillor Wright. And this was also at the Community and Public Services Committee report, and I will go to Councillor Cartmel to introduce the item. And let me see if there was a recommendation. Yeah, and move the recommendation. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I will move the recommendation and put that on the floor.
And so you're moving both 1 and 2, right?
I am, yeah, and that will require a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Wright, probably. Councillor Wright, you want to second this?
Second, please.
Thank you. All right, so we have motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And so we did have a very good conversation with at committee. We had representatives from a number of the different shelters around town, and we had a conversation that discussed how women's shelters do have a place in the overall conversation around housing and shelters and supportive places for those that are in need of supports, and believe that it was the will of committee to recommend to council to offer support to women's shelters, I believe on a one-time basis of $880,000, if I have my number right. And so that is the recommendation just moved. I do note again that this is must be selected, and I believe it's because it is a budget item. But again, I'm not exactly sure on that. I'll move it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright, you selected this, so I'll go to you.
Thank you. I just want to speak to the motions briefly here. Just the issue of domestic violence is not just a women's issue, but I think it impacts society as a whole. The pandemic compounded the pressures that shelters face, and it's put significant stress on their operations, increased calls for emergency services. And while these needs have increased, the services have been impacted due to staff turnover, reduced shelter capacity, and pandemic isolation requirements. And all the while, fundraising has been down. But despite these challenges, shelters continue to be a safe haven for those fleeing domestic violence and help in transforming not only the lives of those they serve, but also the greater community. I was surprised in the report to see that children represent between 41 to 65% of admissions to these shelters, either through second stage shelters or emergency shelters. So I think to have this included in the overall affordable housing strategy provides families an alternative for those living in an abusive relationship. So I think we need to continue advocating to the provincial government, and then also on a one-time basis provide support that these shelters need so that they can continue to serve the families and the women and children that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone else has questions or to speak? I see none. I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. The next one is Glenora Traffic Safety Analysis. This is a requisition from the Committee, Urban Planning Committee report. So Councillor Hamilton, right? I'll go to you to make the introduction and just see if there's, go ahead.
Thank you. This report relates to a request relating to exploring the removal of essentially the jug handle turn that's being put in from LRT construction. There is no motion on the floor. It was requisitioned from committee. I believe Councillor Knack is on next to put a motion on the floor. To summarize the discussion and the questions, administration does not recommend the removal of the traffic control device from the plan. There's a desire within the community, however, there is a desire within the community to keep the current signaling. A TIA has not been completed due to construction in the area, and it will be monitored over the next few years. And with that, I leave it to Councillor Knack to make a motion with respect to any change from what administration is recommending.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack, you selected this as well. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And I've sent the motion over to the clerks, and so I think it's a pretty simple motion. I'll just read it out that the planned traffic light at 136th Street, Stony Plain Road be removed, and that the existing pedestrian crossing be retained. And if I get a seconder, I can then introduce it.
Need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Wright seconded it. Councillor Knack, go ahead and make the introduction.
Thank you. So Councillor Hamilton did a pretty good job of summarizing. I'm going to offer just a little bit more here. So this report that originated came from a motion by former Councillor McKean during a rezoning application of a property close by. And one of the primary concerns that had been raised by members of the community at the time of that rezoning application dealt with traffic safety concerns in and around that school, on 136th Street to be specific. And so former Councillor McKean had done a motion asking for this to be reviewed. And so specifically why I brought this forward, for those who haven't gone over the LRT plans in detail, like I have, there are many locations where we will not allow left-hand turns over the tracks. So instead of doing that, the way it works is that we do what's called a jug handle turn, where essentially you have to take 3 right turns to be able to then go straight across at a signalized intersection. There are a number of locations along the line, including 2 other ones in Glenora, specifically on Stony Plain Road. So the next closest one to this location is actually 2 blocks to the east. That's as a very short distance to travel. There's another one a few blocks further east from that. So giving a bit of detail here, why this is a very operational motion, and I hate having to make it at all because I feel this is a little bit too in the weeds, but I appreciate that because this was part of the original LRT plan, that is why administration would like this to be a council motion instead of just doing it themselves. And the reason why I think we should do this, just to be very clear, is that this request has come from the parent council of the school. This request has come from, I've just been speaking with the local school board trustee, who has expressed concerns and is representing a number of the parents at that school, spoken with the school administration about the concerns of having traffic redirected around this school. And I've spoken with the community residents who live in the area about their desire to not have this. To be very clear, this would only be for the benefit of the neighborhood. We heard that during committee. So the reason we would have this is so that Glenora residents living on the the north side of Stony Plain Road could more easily access their homes. This is not meant for other traffic, broader community-based traffic. And in fact, my worry is that this will in fact increase shortcutting because we are providing an opportunity for community members to more easily get into the space. So being that the community residents don't want it, the parents don't want it, and virtually everyone who would be impacted does not want this, I believe it makes sense to remove it. And if it hadn't been part of the originally approved LRT plan, my expectation with this just would have happened by administration without me even having to discuss this at council. So that's the reason this is here. Again, my hope is, and I think from a Vision Zero perspective, to be very clear, redirecting more traffic around a school is not something we should strive for. So that is why this is here. And I know, and administration talked about it during the discussion, is that their plan was to monitor this and then make changes as needed. My view is, if this is sort of one of those situations where if it's not broken, let's not fix it. Because putting in a jug handle turn, which will redirect more traffic around this space, will almost certainly, for any counselor that has challenges with traffic around their school, would create new traffic challenges that we will then have to spend more money resolving afterwards. So my hope is that instead of spending more money to fix a problem that does not currently exist, let's just leave the traffic signal as is, which is a pedestrian activated crossing signal. So people could still walk or bike across. We just wouldn't be having vehicle traffic travel through because they have additional jug handle turns further to the east and another turn west at 142nd Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton.
Just to speak.
To speak, okay. And Councillor Rice, you're next.
I do have other questions, not about this specific, and so I think as a Councillor Knack and introduced very well, this is a operational motion, and in terms of operational, and because in some new area, there are two traffic safety issues could one impacted by infill projects. That is, we heard over and over during public hearing and around the school. That is one. Another one is about ART coming in and specifically for the South Expansion ART project. For some neighborhoods will impact for the traffic light left turn and also pedestrian crossing. So my question to administration is about, is there any specific operational process how we can address those type of concerns and how they look at the linkage and then from the impact from different projects and to this specific traffic safety?
That's a pretty broad question. I guess we as administration carry out the designs using our internal staff, the guidelines, our hired consultants, our industry experts, and we determine signal configurations administratively. It's not typically something that's determined by council. And those concerns that are raised by stakeholders, public, commuters, are inputs into our decisions around signal configuration, geometry configuration, and the ongoing operational assessments identify any tweaks or adjustments that need to be made.
For these two concerns specifically, and can I just follow up offline and from operational perspective to address these concerns from residents?
For sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Councillor Knack had mentioned that this initially was not in the initial plan, is that correct?
The plan that's been developed going back to 2009, I believe, through the concept planning, identified that it would have a signal at this location. I might be off on the specific year, but this signal and this configuration has been in place since the start of the concept planning.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood that. I just want to know that if this motion did pass, what kind of negative implications may there be?
Well, the reason that we've identified this, and when you say negative implications related to
safety or mobility issues?
Right. So the reason that we identified these different intersection configurations along the LRT route is because essentially the right-of-way isn't wide enough to accommodate left turns, and considering the strong grid network that's available adjacent to the LRT, these were intended to provide community access and movement. Removing this, I think, does limit or could shift traffic movement to other intersections that offer this ability in terms of community movement across Stony Plain Road. So this was holistically the reason that we put it in. It's not just one signal, it's multiple signals in terms of the operation around in and around the community.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. Just really quickly, does administration feel that this will support Vision Zero in terms of making it safer for walking and cycling?
I would just say the addition of this signal here creates a safe crossing of road LRT for all movements. Specifically around Vision Zero, I think the fact that there's a signal there, it does support, but certainly if others want to weigh in on that. Whether you remove it or not, I think it's hard to say. I think the fact that there's a signal there, it supports Vision Zero.
Okay. And, and just, sorry for my understanding, so does this mean that, can traffic still flow, let's say you're coming from 102nd Avenue up past the school and then across Stony Plain Road going straight? Or is there no vehicular access then at that point?
Would not be permitted based on this motion.
Okay.
So the only other locations would be 134 Street.
Okay.
My screen's not moving fast enough.
So then maybe to the mover, Councillor Knack, so just so I'm understanding, all school drop-offs would effectively have to U-turn and go back down to 102nd? Is that your understanding and that's the preference?
No, so they would be, people can currently access the school on both 135th Street and 136th. A lot of the vehicle traffic is currently 135th. So if people were going to be exiting after picking up or dropping off, they would be able to turn west or east on 102nd Avenue. And if they wanted to get onto Stony Plain Road, they could use any one of the other roads. If they wanted to get across Stony Plain Road, they could use one of the other jug handle turns, but there'd be no U-turns required with this change. It would be operating as it currently does.
On 135th, okay.
And 136, to be clear, yeah. So again, there's occasionally some traffic that has previously gone that would be north across Stony Plain Road at 136th Street. That is typically local traffic, and the residents on that side of Stony Plain Road have asked to not have that ability to go across at that location.
Sorry, just a point of clarification if I could. Today, the movement is permitted across Stony Plain Road. Once the LRT is built, it would not be permitted. The only locations that it's permitted is crossing Stony Plain Road and the tracks is at signalized locations.
Which is not 136th or 135th, that would be...
If this motion passes, it would remove the crossing at 136. There isn't one at 135th. There would be at 134th.
134th. Okay. I mean, I appreciate the point that Councillor Knack made in terms of, escalating responses and responding to problems if problems emerge. Just wondering what the technical difficulties would be in terms of retrofitting that at a later date. So would anything in the construction of the LRT itself change at that intersection that would preclude traffic from moving across 136th north of Stony Plain Road in the future, or would it be built to accommodate a potential intersection in the future if that was required?
Well, as it's administration's recommendation to proceed with the current plan, we would build in measures to include in the future if needed, if this motion passed. But again, our recommendation is that this signal remains the way it is for the reasons that I've articulated in terms of holistic traffic management within the neighborhood.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And wondering if you could just speak a bit to sort of the precedent of changing one intersection. Do you anticipate this having a knock-on effect, maybe, for this particular traffic flow in this area, but just sort of across the line, just maybe some thoughts around that?
It is concerning to me. The amount of effort that goes into planning, designing, and building the infrastructure, and if we're taking an approach where it's a signal at a time discussion at council, I'd be concerned about the governance, I guess, related to our infrastructure projects.
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, I'll reflect a bit further, but really appreciate those responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford? Speak? Okay, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. Is this, I mean, we've got two options here, and both of them are claiming to be better for Vision Zero, I think. So a little bit confused. Maybe there will be some clarity here, but is there a third way here? Probably not, but it bears asking. To administration.
So I think our recommendation, I guess the third way is what we were planning to do, which was to install as planned and then monitor, and if there are issues that materialize, then and we have been working closely with Ms. Lamar's team on street labs as a possibility, but also as part of the Valley Line West project, if there are needs for permanent installations related to traffic calming, that would be what we would commit to do. So I guess that would be the third option from my perspective.
So basically, go with administration's recommendation. If we find that it doesn't work, then revisit Councillor Knack's plan.
Or other, which includes traffic calming,
okay,
which has been the plan.
I'm just thinking about, I don't know if anyone's ever taken this route, but you go down Yellowhead and then, oh man, I can't remember which turnoff it is. 143rd maybe, where you actually have to do the jug handle. And people speed, they pass each other. It's actually kind of a no man's land in that little bit of a jug handle, never really quite safe. So I do get concerned about thinking about that sort of impatience going by a school. So just thoughts on that.
Comparatively, I would characterize them as a different. Yellowhead is a freeway. We're actually removing that as well. Councillor Paquette as part of the improvements. This is arterial with a premium transit service that's replacing 2 lanes of traffic, so that the commuter traffic that you potentially would have seen previously on Stony Plain Road will significantly reduce based on the fact that there are no longer two lanes there and premium transit's in its place. So I think the characteristics are different. Part of the reason that grid neighborhoods were developed were to provide those types of movements, and then it comes down to providing calming measures if there are situations of abusing the network as provided.
Right. Okay. I would have a question for the mover, but because you moved the motion, I imagine that you're pretty set in your position here. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. I think we can conclude this before we break for lunch. And Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll try to be brief here. I'm just really stuck on the Vision Zero perspective and recognizing that, there's the potential that if installed as planned, it could create additional traffic around the school. I guess I'm looking maybe to Miss Lamar, looking at those two options. What are your thoughts?
Thanks for the question. There are benefits and trade-offs to all of these pieces. Ensuring safe passage for all modes along the new LRT, a signal will bring that kind of safety benefit. Signals also bring additional traffic and potential shortcutting. In this particular location, it's a pretty unique design, this area of the city. And Councillor Knack is right, and there's a playground zone in that area. So initially, there's likely to be some additional traffic in that space. However, the
lack of convenience that comes with the playground zone, slowed traffic, lines, people dropping off, picking up, etc., is also likely to deter people from that route. After the first time or second time they go through, they'll likely move to choosing other spaces. So I wouldn't privilege one over the other. I think they both have their benefits and trade-offs to consider. But I do think that the school area, the traffic through there is one piece that will shift and change, which is why that monitoring is really important after a large change like adding the signal in and having the LRT operation come through. And there's good work to be done there to help support that neighborhood if the traffic pieces don't improve over time.
Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate your thoughts on that. And I guess if we were to go ahead as planned, it sounds like there's ample room for additional measures, things like street labs to increase that. I'll say discomfort of traveling through that space. That's an option, and we feel comfortable with that.
I think as administration we do, and it's not just the potential for street labs. Again, as part of Valley Line West, if there's a permanent installation that we deem appropriate based on the street lab work, the project would fund that.
Great. Okay. Well, I think that answers a lot of my questions. Really appreciate the clarity.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton to speak.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I struggle with this motion, and that's why we requisitioned it up from committee. I struggle with this because I struggle with a lot of motions like this, where we are directing how things are going to be on a certain street in a very large city. And it takes us out of that governance mindset and puts us into a really operational mindset. Councillor Knack is probably right. Administration also probably right. But what I don't enjoy about these is that this is when we have a council-directed traffic control device, then in my experience, it then takes council direction to change that or to move it. And I'm open to hearing what Councillor Knack has to say in his closing, but I'm reluctant to support this at this time because this is about, I'm going to say, the highest point of traffic control, and administration can scale that up right now. If we say do not scale it up, then it will take another motion of council to add a traffic control device at this place. And, one of the key frustrations for a lot of people is that by the time it gets to a point at which a councillor is willing to make a motion to add something to be back in this conversation, it's usually escalated. So I know why Councillor Knack has brought it forward, because we're a bit at an impasse between what the community wants and what the best advice of administration is. And I wish that there was some kind of middle ground, some road here, that a strategy for addressing situations like this, because I think we could probably name 4 or 5 in our wards each. But at this time, I'm really struggling to support this, if only to leave the opportunity for administration to do what they think is best as the traffic impacts are sort of better known in the area. And I recognize that may not be amenable to the community right now. But I've seen this happen a couple times, and I'll see it happen a couple times more. And, I'd like to see a better way of handling these situations so we don't need motions to add and remove traffic control devices. So I'm open to hearing information, but that's all for me.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I mentioned, I just want to speak to this. I, like my colleague, am very concerned about this motion and the precedent it sets and the lack of systemic thinking that we're doing in a piecemeal fashion. I think one thing we have to remember as council is that we have a public engagement policy, and that public engagement policy says that we are honest with the public about the level of influence they have. And a lot of these engineering projects are very complex and very technical, and often why they are at the advise or refine levels, because they have regulations that they need to follow in terms of traffic regulations. but then they also have engineering standards and all of these other things. And then the public input can be a part of that. But we have the expertise in engineering for a reason. And I certainly feel very uncomfortable with the idea of overriding those engineering expertise in their recommendation. And I do believe that they've heard those same concerns from citizens and are still bringing that forward. So that makes me think that there is clearly some level of understanding and expertise from an engineering perspective that this is still needed. And I really, really worry about the expectation it sets of residents that usurps our own public engagement practices and policy, but also, like I said, I find this highly operational and an area where we need to be really careful that we stay in that governance level. So for those reasons, I cannot be supporting this motion. And I apologize, Councillor Knack, because I understand the intent behind your motion and bringing it forward, and I appreciate how amazing you are at always advocating for your residents and hearing them and making those moves. So it's something I absolutely admire about you. And with that, though, I do think we need to think about the precedent that this could set. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot to say. This motion does take us outside of our governance mindset. We've heard that before. But I want to be very clear. We have set up community working groups along this route to provide feedback and advice, local feedback and advice, that can then be used to help inform further changes. I don't have another mechanism for them to make this change. This is the only way for them to go about making this change, which the community, and this is the only community that will benefit from this change, if you will, in the sense that this isn't a change that will impact how other people commute, because we're talking about local roads. So I appreciate that this is outside of governance, but if I don't have this, if I can't make this motion, there's literally no other way for the community to make a change. We have to wait to see if a problem is created and then fix the problem. That feels really backwards. So I want to answer a few of the questions that came up. Will we be doing this in other locations? No. I have been involved in this project since 2007. There have been no other issues raised on any other intersection west of Grote Road. So I just want to make that very clear and provide that assurance to council that I'm not suddenly going to try to make a number of other motions, because frankly, no other community has raised concerns about turns like this. And no other turns exist around a school like this, which is probably why it's particularly unique. So I mentioned this just a little bit earlier, but I really want us to all think about, why would we wait to see if this doesn't work? What does that provide value in? If the community feels that this is going to create an issue that would only need to be then solved through street labs, why try to create a problem that could ultimately be created? And on the flip side, what is the real value in adding this here? The community hasn't asked for it. The school hasn't asked for it. The parents haven't asked for it. So nobody's asked for it. And the only people who would be asking for it are the local residents, because we're talking about traffic flow around a local road. So another piece I want to talk about here is, and I appreciate, and I have so much respect for our experts. Mr. Laughlin has been around doing actual work on this project since 2007. I've just been shamelessly attending those meetings since 2007, causing his life to be challenging at different times. But I do know that I think at times we sometimes put our car movement lens on as the only lens. So I want you to think about the addition of this is solely to help vehicle traffic get to the other side of Stony Plain Road. Shouldn't we be prioritizing people walking, people biking around a school? And if those very residents who are driving their cars, who would then have to travel 2 blocks further to the east or turn a little bit earlier at 142nd Street, are willing to make that change, why wouldn't we give that to them? Like in my mind, that they're the only people who would be negatively impacted by no longer being able to travel straight through. And they have said clearly, we're okay with that. So why then wait to potentially create a challenge that we have to then solve with street labs, which we know is oversubscribed, by the way, which we know there's a lot of strain on our traffic safety team to go to every single school across the city to do work. So that's, again, and I appreciate we are so in the weeds now, but right now I have no other process and the community has no other process to remove something that they feel does not provide them with any value, only to wait to then use the existing processes to try to fix a potential problem. So what I would be asking councillors for is, again, this shouldn't set a precedent because I've been engaged by no other communities along the route. But likewise, if by chance we ran into a situation where the community who has been united in their position on this cannot produce the change, then I would hope a member of council would come forward to the rest of council and say, listen, unfortunately, for whatever reason, the process doesn't allow the community to address what is a very legitimate issue. And I would want you to come forward with your local community concern. And then hopefully we can fix a broader issue. So I'm hoping that you can support the community on this and support this motion, appreciating that it's not great governance, but we need to do something for them.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote. Turn your mic on. Mic.
Sorry, Councillor Cartmel, just to confirm you're absent. We have 12 votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Won't let me vote. I haven't left. I'm a yes.
Thank you.
Okay, please display the votes. That is carried 9-4. Okay, we'll be back at 1:30. Until then, we are in recess. Quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Good, no worries. Councillor Rice
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right, so we are on to our next item, which is 6.6, District Planning Authorization and Engagement Approach. Was exempted by Councillor Principe, but I'll go to Councillor Hamilton to introduce the item as the chair of the Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. We had a good discussion about this at committee. The premise of this, and Ms. McCabe, I think, is available to answer questions, but it's to commence, this is a piece that we need in the process of commencing the statutory planning to create the districts. So this isn't what the districts are. This is to initiate the process, the planning process of creating the districts. So we did hear from members of the public. There was some concern from the members who came to speak on the speed at which the planning process is proceeding. And they were looking for more engagement from at the community level at the draft stage. And that led to, I'm going to say, some sort of healthy conversation around what community and organizational level expectations are for the district planning process. And administration communicated what their communication plan and public consultation around, small p public consultation around this statutory planning process will be. So with that, I will put the motion on the floor. And if the clerks could put it up on the screen, then I can read it in. So I'll move that administration prepare district plans and the district general policy as outlined in the April 12th, 2022 Urban Planning and Economy Report, UPE 01052, in alignment with the City Plan Policy 2.3.2.2.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for moving. We need a seconder. Councillor, maybe Salvador, you want to second that?
Yeah, second.
Good, got it. Councillor Salvador seconded it, so we have a motion on the floor. I'll go to Councillor Principe. For you selected this item, Councillor, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My concern is the relation to the city plan. I know that we've heard that this was the most in-depth survey that we have done, but I still heard concerns from the community leagues, who are the leaders of the communities, who feel that they were not a part of the process for the city plan. And the relation to the district planning in relation to the city plan, that is my concern. Now that we haven't communicated enough with the community leagues, that is my concern with this motion. So, and I know, Ms. McCabe, we did discuss this, and you said that you did have a very thorough survey and discussion with the community leagues. Is it with the actual community leagues, or was it with EFCL?
Through the development of the city plan, it was both EFCL and the leagues, Councillor Principe. And we, through the district planning, will engage with community leagues as well through this process, as discussed at committee. I'm not sure if the team wants to add some additional details to the engagement with community leagues as well as EFCL going forward.
Yeah, I'll just add that we've had conversations with EFCL, but we've also met with individual leagues. At this point, because we haven't begun our major engagement, we've just had those conversations in responses to requests from individual leagues. But yes, working with individual leagues, working through individual leagues to try to connect with more people in the public and get people out to engagement events is absolutely part of the plan going forward.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. And building off Councillor Principe's concerns, would administration be amenable to, or if it already exists and I missed it, identifying specifically community leagues as key stakeholders in the zoning bylaw renewal and district plans? I think there's a feeling that they may not be included. Is there an explicit key stakeholder list, and could community leagues be delineated there?
They are on the stakeholder list. We're committing to continue to engage with them going forward. I would say that they have equal voice in the process in terms of our key stakeholder group. And if we will continue down that path.
Thank you. Second question about the River Valley. We have a number of concurrent River Valley initiatives going on, Ribbon of Green, for instance. Could administration outline a bit of the sequencing or the timeline here? I think there's a concern that one foot may be ahead of the other.
Yeah, we did hear that at committee, and I can tell you the projects are working together in terms of the River Valley modernization work, district planning, and zoning bylaw renewal. And I would say one thing that we've heard loud and clear through all of these projects is that the River Valley is a really important asset. I'm not even sure asset's even the right word, because it probably doesn't give enough credibility to the importance of the valley for Edmontonians. And we want to make sure that anything that we suggest for any type of change in the River Valley would be in line with what we're hearing, would absolutely take its direction from the city plan. And that work would be done primarily, Councillor Jans, through the River Valley modernization work. And so I can tell you we're not going to suggest changes. We're only going to do things that are in support of the valley through district planning and through the zoning bylaw renewal. And any changes that would be suggested would be done through the River Valley modernization.
So if I understand, then we'll have the River Valley modernization conversation through the Ribbon of Green, and then coming out of that, that will effectively provide direction for any district planning, zoning, bylaw renewal planning affecting the River Valley. Is that, did I understand?
That's correct. And those might be not the only tools that may or may not need to be updated. What we will do is we'll do the River Valley modernization work, and then we'll make suggestions to council about any changes that would need to be made to bylaws or any of our policies as a result of that work.
So I have heard concern from some that is there value in exempting the River Valley from this process at this time to ensure protection and to make sure that I guess that reassurance is given to stakeholders who are really engaged right now in the national park conversation and everything else? Is because we're biting off so much with district planning and zoning bylaw, is it worth just sort of putting the River Valley aside and offering reassurance that no changes to the current bylaw would take place?
My suggestion is that we wouldn't exempt it because formally in the process, because we want to be able to hear we want to hear voices about the River Valley when we're out engaging with Edmontonians. But we can make it clear that changes are out of scope, and perhaps someone from the team could add, because I know the team has thought this through in terms of how we're approaching this.
Yeah, so the River Valley, like any other element with district plans, we've been quite clear that we're not introducing new policies or new directions. While the River Valley is part of the geographic plans, the project is not proposing any changes or new development rights or anything of the like. And that's true for other issues that people may have concerns about as well. We're working from existing decisions. And I echo what Ms. McCabe said, changes would have to come through the River Valley Modernization Project, and we will follow their lead as if decisions are made that are approved by council.
Right. And finally, one quick question. I've heard a bit of concern about asymmetric information being provided to industry stakeholders versus community leagues or other stakeholders. I was wondering if we could have a little clarity here around, so if we approve this package today going forward in this path, will there be, is that thought founded or not? And then B, if we are able to do this more robust, timely engagement going forward, would this assuage some of those concerns?
So I'm going to start with B, and yes, I believe that it will. address any of those concerns. And on A, we did hear that through the zoning bylaw renewal. And where that viewpoint was shared with us was that we did some sessions with industry who work with the zoning bylaw on a really technical level about how they apply the zoning bylaw for some of the specific zones. What's with the zoning bylaw renewal, it gets quite technical, and so we wanted to test some of our ideas on the technical level to see if that technical level worked or not. And unfortunately, that was seen as asymmetrical engagement with the industry. It was never intended to be that way. We've been really intentional in the department with district planning and zoning bylaw renewal. We want to hear the voices of all Edmontonians. We've been taking a GBA plus approach. We've been leading the country in terms of our equity toolkit that we've done for zoning bylaw renewal. So I do apologize that people have seen that as giving one voice or giving industry more voice in the process. It was really so we could do some technical testing of some of the zones.
Thank you for that question. Go to Councillor Rice next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question, I do understand, and from planning system alignment perspective, and we have like the city plan, we have Connect, Edmonton, and so can you tell me more about what's the linkage between this strategic plan and then district, sorry, it's not strategic plan, it's district planning, and then to support the city plan? I know we're talking about the align with the city plan policy, and then, so what is specific tangible benefits for us to do this?
Yeah, I'll start off and get the team to supplement my answer here. The city plan is really high level, Councillor Rice, and in order for us to implement that direction, we need things that are more granular to be able to inform budgets, as an example. And so that is the intent of the district plan, is to get more detailed in the next level of planning to help council with their decision making. Perhaps, Mr. Sean, could you add to that? Mr. Foley?
Yeah, I'll just add that in addition to what Ms. McCabe said, district planning is also a project that gives us an opportunity to reevaluate existing plans that we have. There's a lot of plans that are still on the books in neighborhoods that have built out, plans that are old or otherwise don't align well with the city plan. So this project is an opportunity for us to reevaluate those proposed plans for repeal, so that at the end of the project we have a more simplified planning system. One type of plan covers the entire city, and the removal or repeal of some older plans that are no longer helpful for making development decisions.
This actually come to next question. I do have a concern, and then when we talk about the city plan, we introduced comprehensive public engagement process, and for that public engagement process, for the results, that results actually only inform the city plan, or will use the same results to inform district plan?
If I've understood the question correctly, you're asking if we're using the feedback from the public that came out of the city plan process to inform decisions that we make for district planning. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So we're drawing on what we heard from people through the city plan process, and we've gone back over, the records of the engagement that was done for the city plan. But because we're going beyond and looking at some issues in greater specificity, we also need to do our own project engagement to hear from people on those specifics and understand their perspectives on those issues.
Specifically in terms of this scope of the project, this project I saw in the report is planned to be finished by end of 2023. And so can you tell me a little bit specific the scope and for this project? And because for the public engagement, when we engage the public, and based on different scope, we have the different engagement process and the different engagement questions. And how could that city plan and at a strategic level, and for that public engagement questions can inform this detailed district plan?
Yeah, I'd be glad to. District plans are a little bit of a different approach from local plans, which usually start at are more of a creative process, where you're talking to communities about what they want their community to become and what they want it to look like. And so you get into this very creative sort of engagement process. With district plans, because we're trying to do plans for the entire city simultaneously, Instead, what we're doing is keeping the information and the direction provided in the plans limited to decisions that have been made through previous planning efforts, including the city plan. Instead of doing a creative exercise with people and asking them to set new visions, we're asking them, is the content that we've begun preparing, does it reflect what you understand about your district? Does it reflect the city plan's direction for this area? And it's really about creating a new tool that over time can be amended and added to reflect specific content from communities as needed through subsequent planning projects.
Okay, for this project specifically, and then what's financial implication? Do you need any additional budget and for this, or it's just the part of other type, part of planning system, you don't need the budget?
Councillor Rice, the budget has already been approved for this work, and we don't need additional budget at this time.
That's perfect. So what could be the impact if this motion is not passed?
If this motion is not passed, then we will have to understand from council why they don't authorize us starting creating the district planning. Because we would have to rethink the project to understand what that direction is from council about why we can't start. Really think about this motion as in the city plan, anything that requires a statutory plan needs a green light from council before this starts. So this is really a green light to start the work associated with preparing those statutory plans that will eventually come back to committee, and then they'll come back to council for approval. So on the details of the plan, council will absolutely have an opportunity for involvement in those processes going forward through urban planning committee and through eventual council approval and public hearing process.
Okay, my time is out.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Thank you. So we have ambitious plans in place to transform our city. And there's a very engaged group of Edmontonians who understand what we're doing. But if I were to ask an average person out on the street, like, what is a district plan? And how does that fit into city plan? I think people will probably not understand that, because so my question is how we get people's buy-in into this, and how we communicate in a simple terms that people understand what their ambition is and what we are trying to achieve.
Mr. Mayor, that's great feedback for us as we start to work on this next engagement phase, that we need to make this really simple in terms of what we're trying to achieve. A few things, I see this is the more detailed process for city plan. So where do the roads go? What type of infrastructure needs to be invested in our city in order to meet the needs of the city plan? But also, what are the plans that are against the direction that, quite frankly, don't create public trust, because they say one thing and the city plan says something different. And we can see this playing out at public hearing every second Tuesday night in terms of that disconnect.
And that's exactly people. I think Edmontonians have shared values around densification, about creating 15-minute communities, walkable communities, and local living and all that. I think when it comes to having that implemented in the neighborhood, there's a disconnect. That disconnect is because maybe people didn't feel involved in that process. So I just want to know how robust ground level engagement we're going to undertake, so people really get the value of it and why we're doing it.
Perhaps someone, Mr. Woolley, thank you. Can you walk the mayor through our engagement plan?
So I agree, there's absolutely members of the public who are very engaged and knowledgeable about these topics and can speak with them fluently, and others it's very new. So part of our expanded engagement approach is to make sure that we can speak to those different audiences, that we have a variety of different types of events and activities, so that those people who have that ability can dig deep into the material, and those who are newer to it can have an introduction that meets them where they are. And our tactics include, not just holding, say, workshops that people need to come to, but going out to events that Edmontonians will be at to try and cover and connect with more Edmontonians on these topics.
Okay. And my next question is related to capacity of the communities to engage. Like, business community can engage because they have the resources, they have the know-how, and industry can engage But if we're going to start reaching, which we should start reaching out to marginalized communities, people whose language, English might be second language, people who are generally don't engage or don't have the capacity to engage. So how do we build that capacity that they're able to engage?
Mr. Mayor, this was part of the reason for the recalibration of our timelines associated with this project and the zoning bylaw renewal, as we had a recognition that we needed more time to build that capacity among Edmontonians. And perhaps the team could speak to some of the engagement processes that we're using to help build that capacity.
And district plans will need to be able to speak beyond the project's specific scope. I mean, people will come to events or speak to us and they'll have questions just about the city plan. They'll probably talk to us about zoning or just anything to do with planning. So, we're preparing for some very wide-ranging conversations and we're working with support staff within Edmonton to help us design events and communications to reach out and hear from other voices. That's a big part of the GBA Plus analysis, which goes along with this report. It's attachment 2 to this report. So we're looking for ways and relying on expertise within administration to help us know how we can find those people and have productive conversations with them. And we expect that we'll hear a lot of things that we can't immediately address through the scope of our project, but will inform a work plan, what we're calling, that we'll bring back to council and be able to say, this is what we've heard from people, are issues that are still unresolved, planning issues that need to be addressed, and we can recommend a course of action to explore those issues further down the road.
Got it. Thank you so much for that. And I will take the chair back. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, I see no more questions. And we have a motion on the floor, and I'll see if somebody wants to speak to this. Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Just waiting for 2 more votes.
That might be me, so I'm going to say yes.
No, we're good to go.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, so that was 6.6. 6.7 wasn't selected, but before I go to other items, we do have an item that we need to add to our agenda, and I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Yep, I'll move that the April 19th, April 20th, 2022 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following change: the addition of 6.10, council calendar changes.
Okay, so that's an item that we will discuss when we finish 6.9. So we're adding item 6.10. We need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions for the addition of this item? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we are on to 6.8. Is Councillor Cartmel on?
Yeah.
Is he there? Yeah, because this is the item that he exempted for voting purposes. Maybe we can skip this item and go to 6.9. If somebody could move that we bring 6.9 forward.
I'll move we bring item 6.9 forward.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tank. Any questions to bring 6.9 forward? I see none. Please vote.
We're good to go.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. If you could send a note, Madam Clerk, to Councillor Cartmel that we can come back to that report later on. Okay. All right. Now we are 6.9, mass transit system. Sustainable Funding and Service Growth Interim Report was exempted by Councillor Principe, but this item was at the Executive Committee, and I will go to Councillor Stevenson to introduce the item.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
move the recommendation as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, at Executive Committee last week, we had a very fulsome conversation about the different approaches to funding ETS. I think what came through very strongly was a desire to ensure that we are funding in a high level of service and that we have a range of tools that we can use to support that effort. Committee supported the following motion. Sorry, do I need to read in the full motion? Yes, okay. So committee recommends to council that administration conduct further analysis on the revenue potential, risks, and possible implementation of a suite of options as outlined in the April 13th, 2022 City Operations Report COO 0607, including community revitalization levies, dedicated transit funding, real estate opportunities, and parking fees, and model these tools to determine potential for long-term sustainable, predictable revenue source for transit that meets both the capital and operating mass transit objectives laid out in the city plan. And explore interest in shared advocacy opportunities with Alberta municipalities, regional partners, and transit stakeholders to push for legislative changes to pursue additional transit revenue options, including but not limited to possible vehicle registration fees and a standing agreement to receive a portion of the provincial government's motor fuel tax. I do have one question that I thought of since this
We just
report
need a
is
seconder now. Seconded by Councillor
Second.
Councillor Rutherford seconded
No,
it.
Councillor Paquette would be
Oh,
better.
Councillor Paquette, sorry, of course, yeah, Councillor Paquette, thank you, sorry about it. Councillor Paquette seconded this. All right, so I'll go to Councillor Principe first. She selected this item, then I'll come back to you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about recommendation number 2. From the way I read it, it seems like the intention is to have funding from vehicles, either driving from the registration or gas usage. That appears to be the intent of recommendation 2. Is that correct?
Councillor, that's fairly, in the broad sense, yes, but I'll ask Ms. Feldman just to provide a little bit more context around what specifically that means.
Yes, so thank you, Councillor, for the question. This is related to all of the tools that were screened, ranked more highly, but would require some legislative changes from the provincial level. That we would need to do some advocacy around those. And the example here is vehicle registration fee, as that one did score more favorably compared to some of the other tools. But it is meant as an example, but there's other tools in the toolbox that we could also pursue advocacy for.
Okay, so my question is the recommendation number 2 meant to discourage vehicle use?
So I think in the report, we discussed that some of the tools have a benefit for, one of the criteria was travel choices. And so some tools can encourage transit use, but can also encourage a mode shift by changing some of the pricing signals to car driving. And so that vehicle registration fee is an example of that, where we encourage more transit or active modes by also increasing the comparative pricing of driving a car.
Okay, but I'm not sure if my question was answered. You're saying there are other options, though? Would the other options be ways in which to discourage vehicle use? Not
all of the tools in that could be explored discouraged vehicle use, just the one specifically named here is. There are some examples, for example, trying to think of one that would require that advocacy. Something like a community revitalization levy, which is discussed in the first part of the motion, also requires provincial approval to do another CRL. So that wouldn't necessarily, for example, increase the cost of car driving. That requires some advocacy.
Okay, that's good. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
Just really briefly, it occurred to me I had wondered if we had explored having ticket for major events, having an additional, let's say, $1 added to your Oilers ticket to fund transit. Is that an option that was explored or is currently feasible, particularly for city-owned facilities like Commonwealth, for example?
So I'll try to answer that one, Councillor. One of the tools we did explore was a tourism levy, which isn't necessarily exactly what you're speaking to, where it would be on the cost of a specific ticket. However, that one scored a bit lower, largely in relation to knowing that the tourism industry is looking at using those types of tools to also fund event attraction and tourism, rather than direct those to transit. So while some of those tools are an option, I think they might be used for other purposes.
Yeah, it just occurs to me, the last event I attended at Commonwealth, there was such a huge crowd getting onto the platform. I don't think anyone was paying for transit. Whereas if that was built into your ticket, let's say to the Elks, it's an extra $1 on your ticket and you get free transit to and from the game as part of that. Just wondering if that's potentially a revenue source that I appreciate would need to be sort of brokered with each large venue for Rogers Stadium, WinSpear, there could be some complexities, but just wondering if maybe some analysis could be included for that approach.
Maybe I can jump in. We've had those conversations. So we do collect fares when we provide service, and we've certainly talked with our partners and community and rec facilities who organize the events about a single ticket option. So certainly I think our thinking is aligned, and we can take that away and dig in a bit more about what it would look like. But we've explored it for some of those reasons that you described.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think that could be another tool to add to the toolbox. But don't want to take up any more time. Really appreciate this work that's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions, just to speak.
Okay, and Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Thank you. So would this include engaging with provincial government and the federal government on seeking long-term sustainable operational support? I know we talk about legislative changes, but I don't think speaks to the why would they be funding operations of transit systems?
Maybe I'll start and others can jump in. Certainly the advocacy efforts I've been involved with InterGov and CUDA, aligned with FCM, has certainly pursued that and will continue to do so. So all of the Alberta properties are part of that advocacy with the Canadian Urban Transit Association, and that's exactly what we're focused on.
Okay, but this motion doesn't do that because it only talks about legislative changes. Does it need any additions to it, like adding something, long-term sustainable provincial operational support funding for funding support, or does that kind of implied in the motion?
I would say it's not explicitly in the motion, but the work is definitely underway.
Okay.
So if you're comfortable knowing that work is underway, and we can certainly share more detailed updates.
No, that's fine. If you're doing that work, then it's fine. We don't have to add that. Another is doing analysis of other provincial jurisdictions that do provide operational support to municipalities, right? And then using that as an evidence to engage our provincial government, because some provinces do provide operational support for transit, right?
That is correct. So in British Columbia, there's actual provincial legislation, and BC Transit, as an example, receives funding related to being a provincial entity. I'm not sure, Ms. Feldman, if you wanted to add more to that in terms of the scope of the study that was done.
Well, I would just add, I think that as part of the work that Ms. Houghton-McDonald referred to, that ongoing advocacy work that we do, we would continue to do that scanning of examples like BC Transit, so we can share that within our province of what's happening across Canada.
Okay, good, because all these tools that we want to explore will help, absolutely, if we are able to implement them, but I think they're not going to be significant enough in a way that the way we want to transform how people move in this city. Like our goal is to have 50% of the trips be taken by sustainable modes of transportation, including cycling, walking, and public transit. So we would need significant amount of investment into running our system, and these tools that we are looking at will provide some relief, but not significant relief. Am I right in that?
Agreed. The tools here have a moderate revenue potential, so that more significant investment would need to come from other avenues.
Yeah. Okay, and that includes in this. So those are the questions I had. So look forward to having the report back. Okay, and I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor. Sorry, I'll take the chair back, Councillor Rice.
Yes.
Thank you, and
it's back to you.
Thank you, and go to Councillor Paquette, who's been doing all the heavy lifting on this work. Councillor Paquette, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would say that it's a team effort. Lots of motions from lots of councillors over the years, including maybe one from Councillor Knack. But yeah, it's been quite an effort from everyone, and this started many years ago. But one thing that stands out to me is we had a group of young people coming to council asking council to consider free transit. And at the time, the chair of executive committee, Don Iveson, who was also mayor at the time, said, listen, we could put $150 million a year into free transit, or we could put $150 million extra a year into providing a better transit service. But we didn't have a plan to do that. We didn't have the tools or capacity. And so this motion is really a way to explore alternate methods of funding. And I will point out that to my mind, none of this is about discouraging people from using their car. Sorry, got a little puppy in the house. None of these is to discourage people from using the car. What it is about is making transit more attractive, to fund transit properly. And the funding sources that we're exploring are things that already exist. So vehicle registration already exists. Does it make sense for the province to put a little bit of that into public transit? Probably it does, because that reduces the wear and tear on our infrastructure. And if more people are taking transit, that means that there's less traffic on the road, which means that there are less headaches for commuters. And that's just one benefit. Now, the pandemic has shown us the need for secure, predictable, stable funding for the future success of all our systems, including the transit system. And so there's no better time than now to start exploring those things. I don't want to see us in an emergency situation scrambling to keep our public service operating. And without the provincial and federal support that we've received, that's exactly where we would be. So I really believe that a motion like this is incredibly important for the future of our sustainability. And it's clear we need to diversify from the standard user fee recovery model for transit. Some ideas people have thrown around is, having, barriers of entry and things like that. But we've seen from studies that simply doesn't work to reduce any of the concerns that people have. What will work is if we have an actual strategy for safety, which is number one on my mind, and I think on everyone's mind, and administration's mind. And we need cleanliness and we need efficiency. So there isn't an appetite to keep increasing fare prices without showing that we're increasing the level of our service. And we are already as expensive as some of the major metropolises in North America. But it would be tough to argue that our service matches. So hopefully a motion like this gets us there. So maintaining a public and affordable transit network represents a major commitment to city growth and our climate commitments. And we know that for every dollar we put in transit, we get $3 return on investment. Our transit system, just by existing, forget about fare revenue, forget about anything else, just by existing, our transit system is worth over $1.2 to $1.4 billion a year to our local economy. That is huge. The economic impacts are phenomenal. So when people say, well, why should I pay for transit? I don't use transit. you do. Whether you hop on the bus or hop on the train or not, you were getting the direct economic benefit from transit existing. And that helps to keep taxes a lot lower. Because if we didn't have transit, everything would then be moved onto our roads, and that would be completely unsustainable. So with all those things said and more, I think that it's time to sort of modernize how we fund our system, to step up with reality of what other municipalities are doing, and maybe even take the lead. And I have full faith in administration to get this done, and I'm actually really excited about the results because it's about time. So I encourage everyone to hop on board. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Transit system for the city is extremely important, and for the people and specific users, and also for city's economic development. So I think this discussion is very important, this conversation. I just want a few clarifying questions. And by looking at the reports, administration actually provide very comprehensive analysis and based on the funding tools. And then there are so many options already here. And for the motion on the floor, and so what's the outcome from the motion on the floor, and then compared to the outcome the report already provided to the council? And then is any different outcomes? Because it's my understanding by reading the report here, the outcome is for city to create the sustainable funding formula. And so that is the ultimate outcome. But by looking at the analysis already done, look at the further analysis we are request. And to me, is there anything you could clarify? Is there overlap work, overlap efforts?
Maybe I'll start, Councillor. I don't think the outcomes will change, but this gives us some pointing in the right direction for specific pieces as we move forward. So I think it's helpful from that perspective.
And just to add, I think it gives us more detail in terms of how some of these tools could be phased in over time, which ones make the most sense to go first, which are second, and how they all connect together. So I think if you look at it from the perspective of, we did the initial concept work, now we're getting into more details of how we would actually action some of these items.
Actually, the answer is not satisfy the question, and because if you look at all the details in the report already provided, for each tool, funding tool, already provided the detailed analysis for the pros, cons, and what's benefits, what should administration recommend should do or should not do. All this type of information is already included in the reports. So my key point is the balance of the efforts. And then so right now we are focused on sustainable funding and service growth. Did we ever ask for our focus? We should more looking at how the leverage of services and by Edmontonians. And then if our ridership reduce keep going, and then I know that, and then people come back to work, our ridership is gradually come back. But from long term, and then it's not about the services we provided. I believe right now, and for the current services our city provided, and it is sufficient and is good. And it is more about why people do not want to take public transit. What is not that root cause, and if we can just focus on that instead of keep doing analysis, because all the analysis right now in all the tools you mentioned here, and you category as the 3 category and then 10 tools, and all the detailed analysis is already done here. So that is my little bit of concern about the balance of the efforts, our administration's energy and the time to spend it.
So, Councillor, I think Ms. Hodge-McDonald can add a bit, but I think part of, you alluded to ridership, and certainly the work that we've done in the past has said if we want to improve or increase ridership, It comes down to having a system that people want to use. So part of the connection to having a system they want to use is having a system that is safe and consistent in terms of funding as well. So these connect in, but certainly, again, the analysis work was done to identify which were the biggest opportunities, and this was intended to be an interim update with the idea that we go back and get more work done to, again, specifically how we action some of these specific elements, because there are some that we can action quicker and some that are more dependent on other parties. So if Ms. Houghton-McDonald wants to just add a little bit to that.
I'm actually going to ask Ms. Feldman to jump in a bit on some of that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think picking up on a few points, Councillor, that you raised around what will bring people back to transit, and echoing what Mr. Sebrick shared about, we know we need to build a transit system that's safe, fast, convenient, and reliable. And some research we did before the pandemic around the levers of ridership, and that's what Councillor Paquette alluded to, showed that the greatest return on investment is when we invest in service. That gives us the best elasticity of demand. So investing in service is how we bring riders back, and part of that is, of course, safety, cleanliness, et cetera. But we need to have the tools to make that investment, and that was the impetus for this. Without increasing transit fares, how do we invest more in transit? And so these tools are the initial exploration, and I really appreciate the thought that this report is very good, comprehensive work on these tools. But to go to the next step and create that formula, we need a bit more analysis on a shorter list of tools. So we know how much revenue could we get from each of these tools, and then how could we build a formula with them. And so what council does through this motion is narrow down through part one of this motion to those 4 specific tools that will now be able to go a bit deeper and develop some more specifics.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. My time is out. I do have a follow-up question. I will come to the next one.
Sure. Okay, Councillor Rice, thank you. Councillor Jans?
To speak.
Okay, can you move second round?
So moved.
Thank you. Can we do the second? Second by Councillor Principe. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote for second round.
Just waiting for one more vote.
Sorry, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
The next question is under the one funding tool, that is real estate based funding tool. Can you explain a little bit more about administration does not recommend the use of subclass for the number of reasons, and specific for that concept? So I would like to understand that tool better.
I'm not sure if we have Ms. Padbury here on the call. If so, I would defer to her. If not, I'll attempt an answer.
Sarah, I'm here from Assessment and Taxation if you'd like me to answer.
Yes, great as well, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Kate Watt, Assessment and Taxation. We don't recommend subclassing for this purpose because what we would essentially be doing is creating a fence line comparison where properties closer to transit would be paying a higher tax rate than properties, say, 1 meter further away from transit. And that is a very difficult thing for taxpayers to understand the rationale for. There's a second reason, which is that if one of our city goals is to encourage densification, this would actually create a working against densification, encouraging people to purchase properties that are further away from further away from transportation to avoid the additional taxation. Thank you.
Okay. The next question about the budget and the financial implication. So it indicates in the report that the next stage will include some detailed financial projections. So is this projection is specifically for to develop funding formula, or is a talk about the budget for the funding formula? So this is 2 different things. I just want to make sure you are talking about
So maybe I'll jump in here. One of the things that we had talked about when we discussed this earlier was there are layers to the analysis, and so there's revenue and expenses, which determine the budget, and then there's the tools. And this report was really focused around the tools that we could use to generate additional revenue to fund the expenditures. We could look at a funding formula. The issue with looking at a funding formula is unless you look at that holistically within the corporation as a whole, establishing a funding formula for one service line will ultimately encroach on service delivery across the corporation if you, say, establish limits on taxation. So I think part of the work in the future will cover all aspects of the forecasting for what we expect expenditures to be and a holistic approach to how we will fund transit in the future. And I'll just ask Ms. Houghton-McDonald if she has anything she wants to add.
Oh, I think that was great. Thank you, Ms. Pepper.
Okay, thank you for all the answers. And then I do see there are some gaps and holes in this analysis. So if the further analysis can provide the more detailed, comprehensive results to cover these gaps and holes, so I'm going to support this, and then looking forward more comprehensive report come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jens, speak, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to vote against this. I think while I certainly support a well-resourced transit system, and I certainly support mode shift and trying to get not just 50, but even 100% of people onto transit, I'm concerned that we're looking at solutions here that are not progressive, that are not targeting the highest earners, those who across Canada, we know that the amount of money in a tax dollar that goes to the municipality is 7 or 8 cents on the dollar. We know that the vast majority of those funds are at the provincial and the federal government level. And so for us to be looking at things like parking fees or vehicle registrations, it feels like the equivalent of shaking our couch and hoping a few dollars come out. I think what we need to be doing is focusing our efforts on other orders of government to provide a wonderful, fully resourced public transit system across Canada. I don't think that nickel and diming drivers is going to get us there compared to, especially with all of the advocacy that we're going to need to do to the provincial government, to other municipalities, etc. When I read the report at committee, I was struck by just, how complex we were trying to find any possible solution here, which is admirable. But at the same time, we have the federal government that is committed to raising taxes, closing tax loopholes, uncovering corporate tax cheaters, looking up a wealth tax for offshore money. There's so many other pieces that can be done so easily, which have already been promised by other governments, that for us to go forward here, which will be seen as a very adversarial move against many Edmontonians who drive because they have no other choice, they need to for work, no transit service, etc. I'm really worried that we're focusing in the wrong place here. That I want the same outcomes as everyone else here, but I think we're looking in the wrong areas. I mean, the amount that it would take to make transit free across Edmonton, and even double the investment we currently have, is but a rounding error to the federal government. But for us, it would have an absolutely enormous impact on our local property taxes. So I think we need to push this, that the climate emergency is national, it's global. We need the federal government to step up. We need the provincial government to step up. They already have with the recent $70 million, that's appreciated. But if we're truly in an emergency, we need to go way further than where we are now. So I see this motion as creating extra work for administration that is going to be very challenging to actually get across the finish line.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Rice, can you quickly take the chair, please?
Yes, chair is taken.
Before you speak, just a point of correction or clarity, Mr. Mayor. This motion is not what Councillor Jens was talking about. He's talking about a completely different motion that he's welcome to put on the floor at any point, but to characterize this motion as the things that he just talked about kind of misses the point of what this one is about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just that has to be clear.
I have a point of order, actually.
Just hold on. Hold on. Councillor, Madam Clerk. where we go with this. So Councillor Paquette, had a point of order.
No, it's okay. It's just like if we're talking about apples, we probably shouldn't be then saying, well, it's not a good enough pomegranate.
Okay, so I need your direction, Madam Clerk. Councillor Jans has a notice, a point of order too.
Yep.
So I go to Councillor Jans now?
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Jans.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask the clerk if there's such thing as a point of clarity, or under what?
I don't think there's any point of clarity, a point of order, right, or privilege.
I'm not aware of one.
Yeah. So point of order is your call.
So I guess I'm confused. I feel like another councillor entered into debate and said, am I out of order or not?
No, you
I'm happy to withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that resolved the issue. Okay. Anyways, can I speak now? Thank you, Madam. Sorry, Councillor Rice, you take the chair. The reason I'm supporting this motion is the question I asked to administration. So I don't disagree with Councillor Jens about going to where the money is. And money is with the federal government, and money is with provincial government. And my understanding that this motion will allow us to undertake that analysis and come back with some sort of strategy, advocacy that we can do based on how other provinces are funding municipal operations, including transit operations. So I think it's not what Councillor Jens is questioning, it's not there. It is there. That's why I'm supporting this, because he's right. 8 cents of every dollar that we collect in taxes, we need that money for many, many other priorities. And out of that, we provide 18% of our budget goes to our transit, right? So it's not that we don't fund transit properly, but we cannot continue to rely on property taxes in order to create the kind of conditions that were necessary for us to shift that mode of transportation, right? So I think this report will allow us to do that, and that's what I'm looking forward to, so we can build that into a bigger advocacy with province and the federal government. Yep. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back.
Chair, return to you.
And anyone to close? Okay, good. All right, thank you, Councillor Stephen. All right, I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, is Councillor Cartmel back?
Yes, he is.
All right, okay, then we can come back to our item, which was 6.8. This was a report at the Executive Committee as well, so I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report was generated in response to a motion just looking at alternatives to maximize the amount of open space that would be retained with a new priority bus lane being built as part of the Terwilliger Drive capital works. After some conversation, the motion and a motion, was put on the table that the alignment of the dedicated transit lane be altered to maximize that open space. That failed in a 2-2 vote. That vote was reconsidered and then brought forward to council with no recommendation. So I think the conversation really centered just around recognizing the excellent work that Councillor Carmel is doing in his ward to respond to community and constituent concerns and looking for ways to maximize what is a valued community asset. And then on the other hand, just looking at the additional cost, which was $600,000 to $1.6 million, and just considering that within our other open space investment priorities.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel exempted this for voting purposes. He may have some questions, but Councillor Rice also had questions on this. Maybe I'll go to Councillor Rice next. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
My question is more about the process, but thank you, Councillor Stevenson, you introduced the history. Actually, my first question would be, and then for that 2-2 votes defeated, and for that motion, and then is not included in the history, and in 6.8. So I just wondering, that is one question I'm going to ask, and because we voted, and then in the morning, and then 2-2 to defeated that motion. So that one is not included in the history. I just want to get a clarification from Madam Clerk.
It's my understanding that the motion was put to a vote, and then when it failed, there was a motion to reconsider, which did pass. So when that happens, it's either a recall or a reconsideration. It's like the initial vote didn't even happen. So those two instances did actually happen this morning when we were passing the omnibus. So you're not going to find 3 votes in today's minutes. You're just going to find 1. So it's my understanding that when that was put on the floor to vote on again, it was then requisitioned up to council. So based on what I understand happened at the meeting and the committee report, it does actually reflect what committee decided that day.
Okay, just for the learning purpose, from procedure perspective, so is any motion defeated at committee level, and we can reconsider to revote again?
No, for absolute clarity, once council or committee, the body, the assembly makes a decision, the decision is final. Unless the chair deems that the motion somebody, say, voted incorrectly, then it can be immediately recalled. If it's not immediately recalled, say it happens within the same meeting, it could then be reconsidered. That itself actually does require a vote.
Okay.
So it's my understanding this all happened very quickly right after the initial vote was taken. Therefore, it's sort of an oops-a-daisy.
Okay. So thank you for that clarification. So the second question, and then is about the part 2 of this this recommendation, administration recommendation. So what does that mean? Councillor Knack made the following motion that was not put in vote. Can you clarify that?
Sure. So Councillor Knack made the motion, but it wasn't actually put to a vote, so there's no record of a decision. So it was put on the floor, and sometimes that happens, and then the assembly, the committee referred it up to city council, and so it was requisitioned, so it's not actually on the floor. It can be put there if you want to.
Okay, so right now we are votes here, and is for this recommendation. That means including 2 parts, right? So one is the first part I just asked. The second part was not put in vote. Because I'm
not following. So
yeah, I'm a little bit confused.
Okay,
I think.
that's fine. So if I
Yes.
understand, yeah, I'm looking at it here. So what I can see here is that the history says that Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Stevenson, they requisitioned the report up. So it's now at this table, and there's no recommendation. But also during the discussion on the same item, Councillor Knack did make a motion, and that's stated in the report here. He made a recommendation that executive committee recommend to council, et cetera, but there was no vote on that. So we've included it as a reference point for council and for transparency because it was put on the floor, but there was no actual vote. So the terminology we use is a motion, and it wasn't put to the vote.
Okay, so my apologies if I missed something because I missed afternoon the meeting. So what we are voting for right now?
I don't believe there's anything on the floor at this particular moment in time.
Because Councillor Cartmel and select this for vote.
So I believe my guess would be that Councillor Cartmel, who's up next, may be moving the motion that was previously put on the floor at committee, and then we will vote on that.
On that one specifically. Okay, so that one was defeated and then right now put back on the floor for us to vote.
Yeah, it was reconsidered, and so now that's coming to council. The issue is that there was a feeling in committee that there wasn't, that committee didn't want to give a recommendation. And so by requisitioning, there was no committee recommendation, but I believe that Councillor Cartmel may provide us with a motion that we can then vote on.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmill?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'd like to move the following motion, and I've put this in a chat to the clerk, that that City Council direct administration that the alignment of the dedicated transit lane, 53rd Avenue to 40th Avenue, forming part of Phase 2 of the Terwillegar Drive project, be revised to the alternate alignment described in Attachment 1 of the Integrated Infrastructure Services Report, IIS 01184.
Second.
That was second by Councillor Knack, right? Got it. Thank you, Councillor Knack. We have a motion on the floor now. Councillor Cartmill, go ahead. You want to make an introduction?
We talked about this a lot at committee. If we do this, we maximize some green space. If we don't, we have still a pretty big green space. There's lots of cost challenges coming on this project. The neighborhood has lots of green space opportunities. So this is a nice thing to do that a number of residents want, but that number of residents is rather small. So it's a bit of a value proposition. I think we should do it. And I spoke to this at length at committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmill. Questions on the motion? Questions? Seeing none, I will call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. All right. That was 6.8. We dealt with 6.9. We are going to go to 6.10, calendar changes. Madam Clerk, what are the changes?
Yep, so thank you very much for adding this late report to council's agenda. So there's 3 requests. The first is that an audit selection committee meeting be scheduled on May 26th from 9:30. Sorry. The audit selection committee be scheduled on May 26th from 9:30 to 12 noon. That an audit selection committee be scheduled on June 17th from 1:30 to 5 p.m. And the third recommendation in the report, that a city manager and city auditor performance evaluation committee be scheduled in the morning of May 25th.
Is it additional meetings or just?
These are additional meetings as the some of them are directed by the committee.
Yeah.
Number 3 and number 1 and 2 are per the conversations that we had when we were in private during the initial audit selection committee meeting.
Got it. Okay, Councillor Rutherford.
I move the recommendations in the report.
Okay. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second.
I'll take Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright seconded this. Okay, good. All right. Any questions? Councillor Rutherford, you on the board?
No, I was on the board.
Good, got it. Okay, good. All right, so please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we go to bylaws, right? 7.1, this was selected by Councillor Principe, bylaw 19969. Okay, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a renewal that's being done in a neighborhood in my ward, and I did hear some feedback from residents that some felt that maybe they weren't given enough notice, specifically more for getting a petition signed. There's only a 30-day allowance, I believe, a 30-day time frame where they can get a petition signed. Is that correct?
I'll ask Ms. Johnson to speak to this in terms of specifics related to this.
So it's Ingrid Johnson from Legal Services. So under the MGA, when we send the notices out for local improvements, there's only a 30-day petition period for people to petition against a local improvement. And it's set in statute, so it's not the city who sets the time limits, it's the provincial government under the MGA.
So that is set by the provincial government, and there is not really a lot that city council can do in that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And I do want to let you know that I did do some door knocking this weekend because I wanted to, I did hear some negative, but I wanted to get a feeling of what the community wanted. And I just wanted to share that I did speak with a resident who said, in her words, she felt like she was a part of the process. She was very involved and very engaged, and appreciated what the city, how engaged the city was. But she also did mention that most residents who came out were very supportive all along until the very last meeting, and then suddenly the support changed. So I'm wondering if there is, maybe the information is not clear at the beginning of the meetings. I'm not sure if there's anything we can do in the communication process.
Well, we're constantly trying to make sure that we cover all bases, but communication of the approach to neighborhood renewal is communicated throughout the process, which includes the 50-50 in terms of the local improvement. But we can continue to look at the methods that we use to ensure folks are clear. This is a pretty standard process for neighborhood renewal, and it's been in place since actually before the neighborhood renewal tax levy was implemented. So it's been a long-standing process related to neighborhood renewal. But we'll look at that to see if there's something we can improve related to earlier communication related to the neighborhood renewal program.
Okay, and can you tell me when that was implemented?
Ingrid, would you be able to help with the timing on 50-50?
As far as I remember, 50-50 neighborhood renewal, oh boy, it's been probably close to 20 years at least.
Okay, that's really good to know. And also, yeah, so is there anything that the city can do in order to discuss with the provincial to change the MGA, where maybe there can be a longer period for petition signing?
I'll start. I would just say that it presents some challenges for us in terms of understanding what's going to move forward from a project perspective. So these timeframes are built into the process that we've developed for building Great neighborhood renewal process. But I'll ask Ingrid if there's something that she would recommend.
I mean, we can always ask the province if they'll extend the petition period for the local improvement notices. We have asked for a number of red tape reductions from the province, and they've never really made changes under the MGA for local improvement that we've asked for in any event. But we can always ask, it's just we can't guarantee that they'll make these changes.
And just from an internal process or sort of a City of Edmonton execution process in terms of going through this, adding more time will just mean longer time into the field in terms of what actually is being constructed. So,
and during the process, the communication with the residents, because I know it goes on for years, do they know that they will eventually have a 30-day period where they can get a petition signed? Is that made clear to them prior to the petition?
We communicate clearly. Whether it's always retained through the years of engagement, I can't say, but it's communicated regularly at multiple engagement opportunities for the public.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would just add, Councillor, that 30 days is generally a reasonable time, and I think before we would have this discussion with the province, I think it would be very important that we, think about, the other 400 municipalities in the province and how it might affect them and how it might affect us on some other things. So my inclination is to say 30 days is good, but if we want to we can certainly look at opportunities to ramp up the kind of communications and warning on that, but I wouldn't want to slow down some of our decisions. Because I think it's a reasonable time, 3 weekends, three or four weekends to do that work, and understand that people who are going to sign petition are not doing it on their work time. So it does give, I think, a reasonable time frame, and I personally wouldn't want to see that change at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have very short 2 questions. So the first question, is there any difference between the terminology we used for the sidewalk repair and the sidewalk reconstruction?
Sidewalk reconstruction is rebuilding the sidewalk. Sidewalk repair is the existing infrastructure being having some sort of treatment. This is for reconstruction.
Okay, so that cost share program only apply to reconstruction, so not for sidewalk repair.
Correct.
Okay.
However, a community could actually advance a decision or a desire to go down a local improvement process outside of the regular process, I believe, and I'll just confirm with Ingrid that that's possible.
Yes, we've had communities request a local improvement for sidewalk replacement, and those were done on 100% cost to the homeowners as compared to the sidewalk program during neighborhood renewal, which is a 50-50 split.
Thank you. This is wonderful. Actually, clarify lots of confusion from residents as well. And then in terms of sidewalk repair process, and so that process initiated by administration is not initiated by community, right?
Well, and Mr. Sebrick can speak to this. I think the feedback from residents informing of concerns through 311 inform some of the decisions for operations to look at it, but I don't know if Gord wants to add to that.
Yeah, for me to ask this question, because I heard so many in my constituents at the doors or emails talk about a request for the sidewalk repairs. And then it's my understanding sidewalk repairs has different level repair. And then for that process and for some very bad condition in certain neighborhoods, and it seems that they scheduled very long time. And then for me right now, I know that 2 neighborhoods at least 2026. So is there any process and could speed up and for the repair work in place?
So, Councillor, I think what we do is we work closely with the IAS reconstruction program to see the timing of the reconstruction work and where there's opportunity to advance repair, knowing that some reconstruction may be farther out. We work with them to schedule our repairs. So the repair prioritization is done in, Mr. Lachlan alluded to the fact that we get information through 311, but we also do condition assessments of the entire sidewalk network. So that goes to inform the reconstruction as well as inform where we need to do repairs in the interim. So all of that is used as data to support the programming, and then based on budget, we work to get as much done as we can within a scope of a year.
So if that is the case, our budget is based on the data we received from 311 from the community, or we just use the budget and then to prioritize the request and from the community?
So the budget is based on how much work we can do in a particular year. The locations are selected based on condition as well as timing of other work and also feedback from residents. So we have a multi-pronged approach, and I think we presented that earlier in the year in terms of how the sidewalk maintenance program also is now being informed through an equity basis as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I will have a few questions that will follow up offline.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Can you move the second round?
I move the second round.
Seconded by?
Second.
Councillor Knack, thank you. Please vote.
Sorry, I'm a yes.
And we'll show Councillor Jans is absent. We
Yeah.
have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when a neighborhood comes up for neighborhood renewal, from what I understand, if they do get 51% of residents petitioning, then they would go off of the renewal list. Would they go down to the bottom of the list? Is that correct? Or would they, how does that work?
The sidewalk would just go through repair. It would not be reconstructed because the opportunity to reconstruct it is part of the neighborhood renewal program. And the only other option would be for the community to take it on at 100% of their cost. So the sidewalk in need of repair would continue to be repaired through the operational mechanism that Mr. Sebrick identified. And then if the community after the fact wanted to advance it to reconstruction, they would have to do it at 100% of their cost. And that has happened, and there has been regret by the community after the fact.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Would you like to move the closing of the bylaw? Go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the closing of bylaw 19969.
Thank you. We need a
Second.
seconder.
Second.
Sorry, we're moving first reading. We're not.
Yeah,
The closing. We need to close the bylaw first. No? Oh,
No, we're just going to move first reading as a start. There is no public hearing on
oh,
this
of course.
item.
Here you go. Here's the
We're
difference.
just blending our two.
All
council
right.
meetings.
Okay. Then move the first reading, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We need a seconder.
Second.
I second.
Councillor Rice, seconded it? Okay. Okay. All right. Anyone to speak? Seeing none? But Councillor Principe, were you on? I saw you on the board. Okay, go. Disappeared. Go. Please vote. Of course.
Councillor Jans? We're good to go.
Okay, display the vote, please. Display the vote.
Sorry, it must have flashed up on the screen. It carried unanimously.
Was it carried? Okay, good. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to move the second reading of bylaw 19969.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote. Of course.
Sorry, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, consideration is required, right, for third reading?
That is correct.
Okay.
I would like to move consideration of bylaw, consideration for third reading of bylaw 19969.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote for the consideration.
Just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Final.
I would like to move third and final reading of bylaw 19969, a bylaw to authorize the City of Edmonton to construct, finance, and assess sidewalk reconstruction, local improvements in the Killarney neighborhood.
Thank
Second.
you. Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, now we are going into 7.2, bylaw 19970. Councillor Principe, you selected this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe all my questions were answered through 7.1, so I'm ready to vote on 7.2.
Good. Anyone else has any questions on 7.2? Seeing none, so would you like to move the readings, please?
Sure. I'd like to move the first reading of bylaw 19970.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote. Yeah.
We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Only one reading is required at this time. Good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that is done. 7.3, 7.4. Now we are going into 7.6, right, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And this is bylaw 20069, and this was selected by Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. And for this facility, and specifically I have a very specific questions about project schedule. So what is project schedule for this HSAD?
I can get
Councillor Rice.
Oh, there's Mr. Malifsta.
Sorry. The project is currently in the commissioning phase, and we're going through the final compliance testing with the vendor to be able to prove out the system. And in the meantime, we are processing material and equipment, so it is effectively in operation as of today. So the project is technically complete. We're just working through the final commissioning steps.
The second question is just confirm we don't have any budget implication for this one, right? And it's just transfer from another on-site, is that on-site West, hopefully I remember that name, West Services Infrastructure Delivery.
Budget was approved as part of the fall SCBA.
And is a transfer between the two different projects.
Jason?
I'm not sure that myself, to be honest. I don't know. It comes from the Waste Services utility, so perhaps if there's somebody from finance, I don't know that answer.
So, Councillor Rice, the $530,000 increase was transferred from a different capital profile, which is profile 2045 Waste Services IAS Infrastructure Delivery. It was passed at the fall supplementary budget adjustment. And so unless you see a specific recommendation for a budget adjustment in bylaw reports, the budget will always have been passed beforehand, and that's what provides us the authority to bring forward the bylaw.
And also in the budget of this facility and for 20 years, and we have partnership funding. So what is that?
If you just give me a second, I'll check the attachment.
Yeah, my understanding is that the city of Edmonton was successful at one point in achieving a grant. The particulars of that grant, I believe, are from quite a few years ago, so I don't know the specifics, and I believe that grant's already been expended. So we've essentially, as I've suggested, technically completed the project. But part of the original funding formula for this project did include a grant that's referenced in the attached profile in the report.
$10.8 million in partnership funding.
Yes, that is what I said. I just want to confirm, is this partnership funding is from other orders of government or from different organizations?
I'm not sure the affiliations of the organization that provided the fund, but we could provide that information separately if you wish.
Okay, thank you. That is my question, and because the question actually will impact the usage of this facility, and then to understand that partnership.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Would you like to move the readings?
Yes. No other question. I move.
sorry.
I move that bylaw to 0069 and for the first reading.
Thank you. We need a seconder.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Knack, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw to 0069 for second reading.
Thank you.
Second.
By Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw to 0069 for the consideration of third reading.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe, seconded. Please vote for consideration. Councillor Jans.
We have all the votes.
Got it? Good. Got it? Good. Got it. All right, display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw 20069, a bylaw to amend bylaw 16642 as amended by bylaws 17637, 17981, and 18476 to authorize the City of Edmonton to undertake and construct and finance integrated infrastructure service project, high solids aerobics digestion facility for third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. No, that is carried. Okay, so we've done that. Now, next one is 7.8, but that is only for voting purposes, selected by Councillor Stevenson, or? And there were some questions as well, I think. I don't know who had questions on this.
Councillor Rice had it for questions.
Okay, got
Councillor
it.
Stevenson
Okay.
for voting.
Good, all right. Okay, so Councillor Rice, you had questions on this, right?
Yes, very short
Go
one,
ahead,
just
go
one
ahead.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the second page of reports, and we talk about on January 26, 2022, the left turnet governor in council approved the amendments to City of Edmonton bylaw. So can I have a little bit of information on this and to help me understand that left turnet governor in council?
Yeah, I can answer those questions. What happens with the CRL is we have a CRL plan that gets approved by council, and then it has to go to the province for approval. So this project was added into the CRL plan last fall by City Council. We sent that bylaw then to the province, and then in January of this year, the Lieutenant Governor and Council approved the amendments to our CRL bylaw plan. And
Okay.
therefore, we can now proceed with this bylaw, the borrowing bylaw, because this project has been added into that plan.
Okay, so just to clarify, we don't have left turnet governor in our council. This is from provincial government, right?
That's correct.
Okay, that's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Would you like to move the second and third reading?
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
So I move bylaw and 20031 for second reading.
Need a seconder? Councillor Principe seconded it. All right, I'll just stop here before I go to vote. Anyone to speak? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw 20031, a bylaw to authorize the City of Edmonton to undertake, construct, and finance integrated infrastructure service project 103A Avenue Pathway for third reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk. The vote's just on its way out.
Here we go.
Thank you,
We
Councillor
got it.
Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. 7.9 was done. 7.10 was done. Now we are on to 7.11, bylaw 19984, semi-annual amendments to speed zone bylaw. Community and Public Services report. This was at Community and Public Services. I don't know if Councillor Cartmel, you want to provide a brief introduction?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I can. This was briefly selected at committee, but as we ended near the end of our meeting, was actually passed without debate at committee.
Okay.
This is a twice annual cleanup of speed limits on various roads throughout the city, and it just effectively updates the charts that are attached to the bylaw to move speed limits back and forth on different roads if there's a need to. So it's really just a housekeeping item, and it was passed without any conversation or debate at committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice, you selected this, so go ahead for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So I have a few questions here, and we are talking about speeds 20 and 30 and 40. And then specific concern I heard from my constituents and at the door, and is about how this three-level speed and sometimes happen on the same street, and how that could be addressed.
Councillor Rice, the most frequent example of that would likely be a playground zone present in a residential space that also has the 40-kilometer default speed limit. Those playground zones are established based on provincial criteria, so we follow the guideline that the province of Alberta puts out for playground zones. And that's why you'll see those changes depending on the limits of that playground zone and then the space of the larger context in a residential area.
It seems like the residents are really tired to change like from 20, 30, and 40 on one street and so often. Is there any possibility and could improve their experience, and specifically and then on the same street and in the same neighborhood?
Councillor, we have reviewed a number of locations where that concern has been brought to our attention, the difference between the 30 and the 40. Ultimately, we take a look at that through those guidelines, but we don't want to establish a 30 in places where it's not called for or required. That often leads to drivers not paying attention to that change and ultimately a lack of compliance. So in each very specific scenario, folks take a look, make sure that they've addressed the right location and the right speed limit based off of the use and the design of the roadway. It's not always consistent as a result of that.
Okay, another question, and specifically regarding this 30. Some of residents indicated in the winter time and then after certain hours, and for example, 4 p.m. and then there is no kids in playgrounds in the winter time, like -40 and -30, and then school is closed. And then is that flexibility could be possible to implement and in this type of area for the 30 kilometers?
So Councillor, I think you're referring to the hours of operation of the school zones.
Yeah.
So basically the school zones and the playground zones, we had extensive engagement with citizens as well as a number of different conversations at council. And at that point in time, the direction was to set a consistent time frame for the benefit of both the users as well as the people in the area, the vulnerable users. So at this point, we've stuck to the parameters that were agreed to by council as well as the work that we had done and presented it. So we do have the 40-kilometer-hour default speed, and then the 30s are basically at the school and playground zones. And then we do have some 20-kilometer-an-hour shared streets, but again, we try and apply those consistently across the city so that it's uniform and people understand when they're traveling from one neighborhood to another.
In terms of speed, like default speed change, what is trigger or timeline for that change will happen?
Councillor, do you mean the switch from
Default speed?
The change to 40 kilometers?
Yes. What is the trigger and the timeline for the general speaking? Because city changed a few times from 50 to 40, and then before and back forth, and what is trigger and the timeline for that change will be happen? And because that is a question actually specific requested by my constituent.
So the 40-kilometer default speed limit was implemented on August 6th of 2021. So that's the big change. Ultimately, we're taking a look through our evaluation process to identify if there are any changes that need to be made to that, new locations that need to be added, or adjustments to what's currently included. And that work will be available early in 2023 after we've been through a full year of implementation with this default.
Full year is the timeline. Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you, Mayor. So I'm just wondering what sort of impact that the new provincial automated enforcement guideline has on being able to enforce these speed limits?
Councillor Wright, currently the biggest impact is that we are no longer allowed to enforce using automated enforcement on 40-kilometer roads. That change took effect as of April 1st. So those locations are no longer included in our inventory of sites available for automated enforcement. Otherwise, a moratorium continues till at least the end of this year on new locations. So that has put a damper on being able to expand our current inventory into spaces that we know safety issues exist. And hopefully if the province does lift that at the end of this year, that's the timeline they put forward, we will be able to work with our partners in Edmonton Police Service to make sure that those sites get identified and included in the inventory so we can be present to support safety.
Okay, I mean, my concern is what's the point of having speed limits if we can't enforce them to improve the safety? So our other option then is EPS with laser radar, is that right?
Councillor Wright, Edmonton Police Service continues to have full authority for in-person enforcement regardless of the speed limit. So the new guideline really only restricts our ability to perform automated enforcement at those locations.
What would be the cost difference? I'm just wondering, from having the automated enforcement on some of these 40-kilometer roads compared to having the in-person EPS?
So, Councillor, we don't have that information with us right now, but we could certainly look at what we've done in terms of cost comparisons previously. Again, those would likely be estimates because we don't have the specifics in terms of EPS breakdown, but we would certainly have those numbers, and I think we've done that comparison in a previous report.
Okay. All right, I'll look for that information then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. No more questions on this. Councillor Rice, do you want to move the readings for 7.1?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I move by law 19984 for first reading.
Thank you, Councillor.
Second.
Councillor Principe seconded it. Please. Oh, sorry. Any questions or anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
I was seconded by Councillor Principe.
Yes, thank you. We're just going to fix Councillor Hamilton's vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw 19984 for second reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw 19984 for consideration of third reading.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Please vote for consideration.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I move bylaw 19984 semi-annual amendments to speed zone bylaw 6894 for third reading.
Thank you.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
That is, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, right on. We're done. Now we are into motions pending. All right. We'll go to first one, 8.1, Community League Operating Grant Infrastructure Program. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, so just to put the motion on the floor, that administration prepare an unfunded service package to the Community League Operating Grant and Community League Infrastructure Program and return to the fall 2023 to 2026 budget. The unfunded service package will propose increases that account for inflation and also provide options incorporating community leagues as key partners in COVID-19 recovery.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Great. And then
Want to make an introduction?
Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people know this, but some people don't, that Edmonton has a really unique social infrastructure with our community leagues. But I definitely heard during the campaign, and I've heard as I've been in this position, how much they're struggling with, not having the same casino revenue they've had in the past, not having the same hall rental revenue generation that they've had in the past, increasing costs. And I think we as a city need to step up and start to demonstrate that that we want to support it. And I think that this could be a really small increase. Like, we're talking, the average community league gets operating grant of $10,000. So I know it's going to be a tough budget and a tough budget for us to prioritize, but I think this is an example where when we see that in the context of all of the other things, it could be a very small investment for a very high return from a social, from an economic, and even potentially from an environmental perspective, if some of that money can be used towards upgrading the halls. So I hope that, if you have any questions about my intention with this motion, again, this is just to create that unfunded package. It is not deciding on any budgetary implications today.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Questions? I see none. I'll call the vote. Councillor Rutherford, you don't need to close it, right? Okay. All right, I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford, 8.2, Equity and Efficiency in Application Processes. Over to you.
Yes, so again, I'll put the motion on the floor first, that administration provide a report in consultation with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues with recommendations for amendments to the Community League Operating Grant and Community League Infrastructure Program with the intent of enhancing equity and efficiency in application processes and distribution of funds.
Thank you. I'll second that. Go ahead,
Great.
make an introduction.
Yeah, so this is a bit different. This is actually looking at our practice as a city and how we work with community leagues in getting that money in the hands of community, even what we, say is applicable costs of operating grants, for example. Right now, our infrastructure program is a matching program, but given some of the age of some of the facilities and how it's broken out by population, as we have some mature neighborhoods with older aging halls and declining population, it can make it really hard to get that. So I just wanted to, again, no presupposing of anything actually changing. We might get the report back and everything is actually working exactly as it is, but there might be opportunity for looking at from that lens of efficiency and equity, making sure we're supporting the infrastructure, the social infrastructure of our community leagues in the best way possible. I'll happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover for this. Very supportive of it. Definitely a concern I've heard a lot as well from community leagues. I guess a question for administration. Would you see potential, not presupposing anything, but let's say, budget support for staff? Would you see this as being part of it?
I think the answer to that question, Councillor, is it depends on what we find. So I wouldn't see it excluded, but it kind of depends on what we find as we know what to do. So we'll make sure that's considered.
And if that is, if that does end up being, let's say, I suppose, would that be part of the service package that just mentioned earlier, or would that be kind of separate? Do you think?
No, I think it would be part of the package, but I will say I'm trying to get away from council sort of talking about establishing 1 or 2 FTEs here and there. But we will consider that as part of the package, and it would be embedded in that package if there's a need for more staff. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's all. Happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Chair is taken.
Yeah, I just have a quick question related to, and this is to the mover. There are a number of community organizations as well that look for space within community leagues or other areas. Would that also this provide opportunity to kind of look for that kind of partnership as well, just to assist with, I know this about grant funding from the city, but for the sustainability of some of these struggling leagues, can they partner with, say, an ethnic group that might be looking for space for dancing and exercises or whatever, right?
I think that was already in scope of the recently revised tripartite agreement. I know that it expanded the ability to do private before. I know because I used to be on a community league. I was a program chair at a community league, and we had to accept all the funds and then do one big check instead of just having the yoga instructor come in and offer yoga to the community as an example.
Yeah.
I would have to put that to administration.
Okay, and I'll ask that, because I heard from, I think there's a distinction between nonprofit yoga instructor than somebody who is doing as a business. I think there's some exclusions that some community organizations can't access, or some profit-oriented social enterprises can't access community leagues.
I thought that had been cleaned up, but we can.
It has been? I didn't know that. It might have been, right?
I thought it had, but maybe if
it has been. I see the nods. Good. Okay, that's great then. Good. All right, that's all. Good. Yeah, that's good. All right. I'll tell you, I've been away for 6 years. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? All right. Please vote. Good vote. Okay.
Just one more vote. Councillor Jans? We've all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And next one is also Councillor Rutherford, 8.3. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Great, this is again preparing for the 2023-2026 budget discussion. So the motion that I'd like to put on the floor is that administration prepare an unfunded capital profile for the fall 2023 to 2026 budget for the purpose of land acquisition for the Metroline Northwest LRT, specifically Blatchford to Castle Downs extension.
Second.
Second by Councillor Principe. Great introduction, please.
Yes, so as I mentioned, this again is not a budget decision we're making today, but I felt, given the discussion around and the unanimous passing of the Metro line being included in the plan for 1.25 million, I felt it was important to have this be a profile that we discuss as we prioritize other capital profiles in our 2023-2026 budget. I know that this was a motion that had previously been put forward and just debated and prioritized in the last four-year budget cycle, specifically for land acquisition, because this helps to get Metro line eventually shovel-ready or sets it up to, if there is federal or provincial funding, if we've already got the land acquired, it makes it a lot quicker to be able to move that project along. I think that what I heard from residents in my ward and just in the north in general is they've been waiting a long time for this and they want to see some action. They feel that it keeps getting deprioritized, and while this ask is not the entire extension, this just takes it to Castle Downs. I think that it's about sending that message that we as council, at least at this point, want to consider that within the context of our capital budget profile. So I would, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the mover for this. We need this land, so this makes sense. I'm just curious if administration already have an idea of how much the land will be and if you know which land exactly.
Councillor Tang, we do know the properties that are required based on the level of engineering that's been completed. I don't know the specific number of properties. From a value perspective, I do, 52 for this stretch. And from a value perspective, we have to confirm that number, but the last number I believe was $17.5 million.
Great, thank you so much. No more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. See no more questions. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. All right, that is carried. We will be back at 3:45. Until then. All right, would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Here.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
Councillor Jans.
Here.
Good, and I'll check Councillor Paquette. Okay. All right, he'll probably join us a little later on. All right, so our next one is 8.5, FCOR Executive Compensation Policy. Councillor Jans, you have something to share?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to move this.
Order.
Oh, we
Point of-
forgot 8.4, I think.
Yeah, I think we just missed an item.
Which one? Oh, yeah, of course, sorry. Sorry about that, Councillor. Thank you for flagging that, Councillor Salvador. 8.4, Planning, Design, and Delivery of Semi-Exclusive Route B1, B2. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It feels like a metaphor for bus rapid transit. We've passed over it for many years. Sorry, I'll introduce it at the appropriate time. I move that administration bring forward an unfunded capital profile to advance the planning, design, and delivery of semi-exclusive routes B1 and B2 from the City Plan Mass Transit Network for consideration during the 2023 through 2026 budget deliberations, as well as the planning and design of the remaining network to 1.25 million.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. All right, Councillor Knack, make the introduction, please.
Absolutely, and I would joke about that, but actually I feel like this is something that council has talked about, and through various motions we've hinted at this idea of doing bus rapid transit, and then we've never actually done motions on it. I mean, this is something that in my first term, the Edmonton Transit Service Advisory Board had been advocating for, and we talked about it, and we got a sense that it was going to happen, and then it's just never really happened. So it's time to actually do a clear motion, which again, this will be debated at budget, so we're not debating these today, but to be clear, what this would do is allow us to debate at budget whether it is time to finally advance some bus rapid transit dedicated networks. For those who haven't gone through the mass transit strategy, the B1 and B2, for your reference point, B1 is the Castle Downs district node, sort of along 97th Street, and B2 is the WEM Misericordia major node to Bonnie Doon. And there's other ones as you go through that list that we would start planning for. So I'll leave it there because truly this is just to allow us to have a capital profile to be debated. And I will make my pitch at budget time around why it's finally time to start building BRT in the city if we want to have a really good transit system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the mover for putting this forward. Just quickly, I'm sorry, but what is semi-exclusive? To the mover, I suppose.
Sorry, I'm just forgetting how to hit my unmute button. So semi-exclusive is, from how I understand it, I would probably defer to administration just to be sure, it's a combination of dedicated right-of-way transit priority measures, but you might not have dedicated right-of-way along the entire stretch. So I think that's typically what's meant by semi-exclusive, but maybe I'd defer to our fine folks at admin.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Knack. Daniel Wren from Edmonton Transit here. That's a great explanation. Couldn't have done it better myself. It's sharing the language from some of the city plan documents and the mass transit documents that were previously relied upon by councils, from trying to be consistent with the language. But from what you'd see on the ground, I think that was a great explanation.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I'm sure the report will get into some of that. Why are the other BRT routes not being considered?
I would love to do them all. Being realistic, I'm not sure we have the money, but if we start doing the planning work and partway through we find they're relatively cheap, we could start doing them. I just felt based off some conversations with admin, better to start with a couple and then add to it versus trying to say, let's do it all and maybe setting up unrealistic expectations.
Right, and then I guess curious about kind of starting with these two, given the already pretty robust system from West Edmonton Mall to the University Bonnie Doon area.
That very much came from advice of administration. These are sort of the first two routes they would likely use based off current ridership and how to do that. So I just used their advice to help inform that.
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Vriend, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, certainly these corridors were prioritized partly through a number of different projects, one of which was the mass transit planning. They came out as potential for, growing ridership from current levels to BRT type service levels. And then the second was capitalizing or, trying to coordinate with other capital priorities on some of these corridors as well. And there may be some opportunities for multiple projects as capital works are happening. And that was a report that got brought to council in the mobility network analysis that tried to line up several of council's priorities and pick which corridors, hit on a number of them. And these corridors both had aspects that were high priorities for a number of aspects.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Just to speak to.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. It's going to take me a while to wrap my head around this concept, but I'm curious about the stretch between South Campus and North Campus. If that would be part of this motion, that there'd be something contemplated in terms of what would be contemplated, I guess, along that alignment, if it's too premature to ask that question.
That question is to administration. Certainly, that's a part of the corridor that would need to be looked at through the planning and design work that would need to happen. Exactly what that looks like, I think, needs to spend some time on and look at. But certainly, yeah, that corridor goes from West Edmonton Mall, connecting to South Campus up to the university, as you're noting, and then continues along White Avenue.
Okay, I guess I really just wanted to confirm that would be part of this process, is looking at the corridor between the two campuses, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Salvador to speak.
Yeah, and I'll just be brief, but I think I've expressed my excitement about these two routes back in February when we discussed our mass transit strategy. And I really do see this as one of the next big steps in expanding our citywide mass transit network. So thank you so much to Councillor Knack for bringing this forward. I think that this motion and the wording of this motion, I really appreciate the formatting of it too. It gives clear, specific direction for us to have this conversation in a really meaningful way. And I think we've discussed at length across various items how important a convenient, efficient, and reliable and safe transportation network is to building a successful and competitive city. So yeah, B1 and B2 in particular, I think would provide fantastic connectivity, north-south, east-west. So very excited to support this motion, looking forward to discussing further at budget, and of course, would encourage everyone to support as well.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack to close.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, just I want to make sure I take zero credit and thank everyone from city administration, Mr. Brent and the team over at ETS helped craft what that would look like. I made the simple, I'd like to do BRT in form of a motion, and they went and helped craft it into what you see today. So my thanks to them. And also I do, jokingly, I wanted to make sure we do recognize Councillor Cartmel, who has actually been talking about this for quite some time as well. And this gives us a way to maybe advance this in the budget. So I just want to give him his shout out for all of his advocacy on BRT over the years. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right, now I go to Councillor Jans. Go ahead, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I will not be moving the motion here at this venue. I'll bring it forward at an upcoming shareholders meeting, and I'll be asking that be a public meeting as well. So I will not bring it to this table today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Sorry, Councillor Jans. All right, so that is off the table.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we go into private.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Move to go into private. Need a seconder.
Second.
Second, Councillor Principe. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll give you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and just to anybody who's online, so council is now in camera and they're The cameras are back on, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, I will move that the actions outlined in attachment 15 of the April 8th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 01231, be approved. And two, that the April 8th, 2022 Office of the City Clerk Report, previously named, remain private pursuant to Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, and 24, advice from officials on the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act.
Second?
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
In favor.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That's carried. Okay, 12-1. All right. That's done. Notes of motions and motions without customary notice. No notes of motion.
I thought Councillor Tang has one.
Sorry, I'm trying to click on to give her.
There you go. Councillor Knack.
Yes, in order for Councillor Tang to be able to make that motion without customary notice, I'd like to move that we give Councillor Tang the ability to make a motion without customary notice regarding upcoming resolution for the Alberta Municipalities Convention.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote. Or questions? Any questions?
In favor.
Oh, I'll call the vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Knack for the permission. I would like to move that administration draft a resolution for the 2022 Alberta Municipalities Association Annual Convention to seek increased provincial support for responding to the drug poisoning crisis and return to Council for endorsement by May 31st, 2022.
Second.
And just to introduce this motion, thank you. And if clerk can pull up the wording for that. So this is just to get a resolution ready for the convention that's coming up in fall of 2022. It's April 19th today, and I think since the beginning of the year, we've been spending a lot of time in this chamber talking about the issue of drug poisoning and the various far-reaching ramifications and impact in our streets and public places and in our communities. And drug poisoning affects municipalities large and small, cities and towns of all stripes and colors, and I've certainly heard a lot of it in various forums. And 2021 was the deadliest year for Alberta, and we lost 1,700 plus people to this crisis, with about 600 plus of them being Edmontonians. And so no doubt, pandemic exacerbated a lot of those challenges with added pressure on first responders, frontline agencies, policing, and the provincial justice and healthcare systems. And so when we talk about a public health approach to this, we're talking about a full spectrum of support, from prevention and education to harm reduction, to treatment and recovery, along with ongoing mental health and addiction support to reverse the devastating impact of this crisis. And so what this motion would do is that it provides a pathway so that Edmonton can lead this resolution, can sponsor this resolution at this year's Alberta Municipalities Convention. This is a gathering of urban municipalities, cities, towns, and villages across the province to discuss key priority issues for advocacy. And this resolution will continue to make drug poisoning crisis a top advocacy issue for the organization. And we're talking about the full spectrum of support that defines this public health approach, and will support various local efforts, including ours, when it comes to supporting and the ongoing advocacy with the provincial government. So to get an issue from idea to resolution is a very involved process requiring another municipality to second and go through their own council process. With an ultimate deadline of May 31st, 2022, as required by the Alberta municipalities. I would like to put this motion on the table now to allow ample time for administration to work through the various steps to get the resolution to the finishing mark. And by ample time, it's still very much cutting it close. So I just want to thank the various folks who were involved in shaping this, and I will welcome any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Two questions. First question is, why this motion we need draft this resolution for like AU, like Alberta Municipalities Association annual convention? What's the specific link there here?
I'm sorry?
I say, what's the specific connection here?
Yeah, so at the convention, various municipalities can put forward issues that's important, that has wider implications for the membership, to put it on the agenda, for advocacy. And this is the one, resolution that I would like to put forward, given how critical this issue is, not only for Edmonton, but across the province. And so, so this is part of the process, for the sponsoring municipalities, which in this case will be us. We do need council approval for this, and that's why this is a motion.
So for endorsement by May 31st, 2022, and then also for this annual convention, which date is it first?
Which day is the convention?
Yeah.
It's sometimes in November. I'm not sure of the exact date. I don't know if administration has that date.
Yeah, I didn't see this strong linkage and between administration as our city and draft this solution and needs to go to this convention, and then specifically and seek increased provincial support, and can be done and then separately and without that. I understand the intention and for the regional collaboration perspective, and then we can work on that convention like last year, and then all the provincial officials there, but I didn't see that strong linkage there.
Correction, the convention this year is September 21st to 23rd. When we talk about regional collaboration, when we talk about, collective effort in advocacy, this is kind of it. This is part of that. But, even if we need to get there, there's still steps as part of a process we need to follow through. And so this is one of the steps.
In addition, and provincial governments, and based on the reports and provided from our city's administrations, are already current underway initiative is going on regarding this address this drug poison crisis. And then I don't know how much this overlap could be. And if there is a initiative and activities is already going on, there are committees already there, and then I just a little bit worried about we put too much work on our administration and on something is already going on, and based on a lot of discussion we had earlier today. With that said, I'm not.
I can respond to that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's a fair point that this is addiction, mental health is top of mind for the provincial government, and this government has committed to responding to the crisis through increased investments in recovery-oriented care. What this motion does is to highlight that when we talk about full spectrum, it's not just recovery, but recovery is but one tool among the many that must be deployed. And again, like the point of a resolution is really to put it on the agenda for advocacy and making sure that it's top of mind. And if it can support some of the existing work, I think that's a positive thing as well.
So advocacy, and then we discussed earlier today, is already in place. And then another motion we passed today is develop some advocacy strategy already. And then to me, this is redundant work, so I'm not going to support. Thank you. But this is great intention. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. Yes, Councillor Tang, do you already have sort of another municipality lined up to second this for you? You don't have to say who in case it's confidential.
Yeah, thank you. Not quite. There's certainly conversations going on, and we are, making sure we're seeking the most perhaps, strategic partner and whatnot. But there are certainly a number of municipalities deeply affected by this.
And I think it's good to show a united front from the provincial municipalities as well. And one thing that I was concerned about was increased provincial support. What did that actually entail? But I think you've outlined that in your response to Councillor Rice. Does it need to be specified anymore in this motion or the motion that you put forward at Alberta municipalities?
So to put the resolution forward at the Alberta municipalities, there will be a fairly, lengthy whereas A, B, and C, and then there's a final resolution. But this is the motion that is required for our council's purpose.
Okay. All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack?
Just to speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone else to questions? If not, then I'll go to Councillor Knack to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So appreciating some of the conversation we had a bit earlier, I wanted to share, while there is work that of course goes into this from our administration to help draft the resolution, I would suggest that that is not the major body of work. Drafting a motion is, we've all drafted motions. It takes a bit of time, make sure we get the wording right. But really the intent of this is to allow us to then go to Alberta municipalities and have all municipalities advocate on this. And so I heard that fear a bit earlier about sort of taking away resources. And I really don't see the drafting of a motion to deal with an issue more broadly across this province is something that would really take away much in terms of resources. It's truly actually staff on Alberta municipalities that would be then tasked if this so let's play out this scenario. If this resolution were to pass at the next convention in September, it is then on the work plan for Alberta municipalities and their staff and the committee members that will make up the Safe and Healthy Communities to help work with the provincial government on this. So, I think it's really important for the City of Edmonton, at least every year when we have their resolutions, to at least put forward one. And this is a pretty important resolution and a pretty important issue that we're dealing with right now. So I would just offer to council as something that this is meant to allow Alberta municipalities to dedicate some of their resources to help us all municipalities deal with what is a really serious issue right now. Appreciate the provincial government is doing some work on it. Why not have the whole power of all of the municipalities that make up Alberta municipalities work on this issue together? So that's really in a nutshell what we're voting on today. Are we willing to go and ask all of the Alberta municipalities that make up Alberta municipalities to work on this issue collectively, which is impacting every single municipality across this province and across the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. And Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, chair is taken.
Yeah, I want to commend Councillor Tang for bringing this forward, and also Councillor Knack for both of them working on AUMA, because that's exactly the role that we need to play, part of the role that we need to play as council representatives on these municipal organizations, to raise the awareness and bring forward matters that will make our people's life better. And opiate crisis, poisoning crisis is killing people every day. We are doing our part in advocacy, but we need to expand that advocacy beyond our own borders. And we need to get regional partners involved. We need to get our provincial partners involved, and we need to seek support from anyone that we can get support from. This is a crisis that we have. So I don't think we are doing, whatever we do will add the value to what we need to do. I think we need to have, as they say, all hands on the deck, right, in this crisis. And if we can convince AUMA that this is an issue that should matter to all Albertans, they'll go a long way to build the support that we need from the province on prevention, on safe supply, on harm reduction, on treatment and the recovery, the whole continuum of services that we need that also include housing and support services for mental and other health services. I think this is very good, and I think will allow us to add to our own advocacy and expand that reach. And I will take the chair back.
Richard, back to you.
Thank you, and I'll go to Councillor Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think Mr. Mayor, you spoke very eloquently. I thank all my colleagues for speaking to this. I have nothing further to add, other than just to reiterate, this is an opportunity to ask other municipalities to consider joining, our advocacy on a provincial issue facing Albertans and many municipalities across. It's an opportunity for Alberta municipalities to advocate with us and other members. And so this motion will give us the direction to draft the resolution, and the resolution will come back here. So this is one step in a pretty involved process, but I really appreciate many people's hands in supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
In favor.
And why am I not here? No, it didn't show up. Yes.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any other notes of motions or motions without customary notice? 1, 2, 3, none. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Great work. We got done.